The answer to the stupid question, what does the E in Chuck E. Cheese stand for? And we will go to Fred for the answer. Hey, Fred, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Fred. All right, so what does the E stand for in Chuck E. Cheese?
I believe it's entertainment.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Fred.
What it's all about there.
Hang on a second. We are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see the Young Dubliners, and that is March 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Philadelphia, and tickets are available to purchase at Ticketmaster.com. You have to be at least 21 or older. More information at riverscasino.com/Philadelphia.
Is the entertainment in that case, Preston, the animatronic band or the parents getting into brawls?
I would imagine now it's the fights and shootings that happen from time to time.
Well, that's where Pancake and his wife met.
They actually met there.
magical.
They
I
both
knew that
worked
he
there.
was a manager, right, at one point?
Yeah.
In fact, he was our connection. That's how we got Chuck E. Cheese in the studio, right, to meet
Kathy for her birthday.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Did you know Chuck E. Cheese was originally a rat, and then in 1983 they changed his species from 77 to 83. I looked up his origins here, and he was a rat, and then in 83 they're like, maybe a rat doesn't test well, so they changed him into a mouse.
Well, briefly a centipede, too.
Well, all right, so I have got some entertainment stories. We're going to start with Kim. Do I even need to say her last name these days?
No, in fact,
it's been long enough.
Nothing says more about the world we live in than that fact.
She is ready to be done with the drama. A source told Us Weekly that she's hoping that Kanye can accept the reality of their divorce. She longs for the day, this is according to the source, longs for the day when things finally calm down and Kanye accepts the reality of the situation, that she has moved on and doesn't want his drama interrupting her as she tries to move on with her life.
I think he's doing absolutely everything the wrong way if he was looking to woo her back.
Yeah.
Also, he's dating other women.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't show focus on her. Do we have the clip from yesterday? It's Gene Simmons commenting on Kanye's situation. Even Gene Simmons gets it.
All right.
1 second. There it is.
All right, here we go.
For the record, he's a talented guy. There's no question about it. There's something clinically wrong with him, as he's admitted. At a certain point, if everybody misbehaves, a good bitch slap. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was such a
Okay.
He needs to be bitch slapped.
Another source shared that the Skims founder is truly happy now that she's legally single, and it's a positive step forward in the divorce. Even though other issues are still being disputed, it is a huge weight off of her shoulders.
Do you notice we haven't seen pictures recently of her with Pete Davidson? We were seeing them all the time before.
Yeah, I wonder what's up with that. Now, following the buzz that Kim was wrapped in caution tape for Balenciaga's Paris Winter 2022 collection, Kathy Griffin took to Instagram to share her own version of the look. On Tuesday, Griffin posted an old photo of herself in a caution tape dress, along with a photo of Kim at the Balenciaga show, and she said, ahead of my time again. Kardashian's caution tape look for Paris Fashion Week featured the word Balenciaga instead of caution. Some joke that she seemed to have trouble walking in it because it was like she was wrapped tight in this thing.
You know, the bizarre thing is Kathy Griffin has a really good body.
Yeah, she does.
She does. It's very, I guess she works out a lot and she's in shape.
Yep. The Keeping Up with the Kardashians star also posed with Salma Hayek at the event, who wore blue and yellow in support of Ukraine amid the Russian invasion.
God, I would hate if my sort of reputation was that of a sartorial, a person always dressed to the nines. I mean, because she can't go out of the house. She's got to go out in stuff like this.
Yes.
It's got to be a nightmare.
Yeah, to dress super duper casual.
You would never see her in a Batman shirt.
There's a picture, by the way, of our buddy Mike Jarek, who wrapped himself in caution tape.
I think Mike wore it best.
I think he did wear it best.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. This year's hosts for the Oscars are getting the creative juices flowing. On Good Morning America yesterday, Girls Trip actress Regina Hall talked about how she is gearing up for the big night with Wanda Sykes and Amy Schumer. She said it's a lot of writing, talking, brainstorming, getting to know each other, feeling each other's comedic vibes, and drinking. We've been drunk a lot.
I assume on that night they'll be doing a lot of coke.
Hall said that we can expect the three hosts to work together in combination throughout the night, and that they won't be doing individual hour-long segments for the 3-hour event. When asked what former host that she'd call up for advice, she brought up Whoopi Goldberg. She said it was so fabulous when she hosted. Ellen DeGeneres was great, too. But I was so excited when Whoopi hosted. She said, as Good Morning America was playing footage of Goldberg descending into the audience in a gold sequin and feather-filled outfit. Hall also said she was looking forward to meeting Andrew Garfield and Denzel Washington. So that is, when is that?
It's the end of the month.
March 8th, yeah. So that's when that's coming up.
Oh, March
Or no,
8th?
March 8th is yesterday. Never mind. That's
Wow,
when
I missed it.
That's when this article was. It's at the end of the month.
Okay.
Speaking of that, the stars turned out for the 2022 Oscar nominees luncheon in Los Angeles on Monday, and close to a dozen of the nominees are Delaware Valley natives.
How about that?
A lot of people on board. So 6 ABC was doing a little feature on this.
Rattle them off.
And Kathy had sent this story to me on Monday. David Sirota, I'm sorry is how you say his name, and Bradley Cooper saw each other for the first time since grade school. They had both played on the 1985 East Abington Little League team together.
That's great.
And now both Montgomery County natives are also nominated for an Oscar. Sirota is up for Best Original Screenplay for Don't Look Up, which he wrote with, of course, Malvern's Adam McKay. So Adam is on board for that, too. Sirota is a journalist who grew up in Abington. On Monday, he got the selfie that he was hoping for during that reunion with his old teammate, Bradley. And he said, "You got to be kidding me. Let me see that picture. I can't believe it." Talking about the moment they reconnected.
Do you know that this luncheon actually used to be the awards ceremony?
Really?
The Academy Awards, when they first were put into effect, were presented during a luncheon. That was it. No big deal. I mean, it was big to the industry.
Sure.
And then when they went to, okay, we need to make this bigger and make this an evening thing, they kept the lunch as sort of a pre-party.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sirota also got a picture with Will Smith, who is up for 2 Oscars this year, so he is being counted as a Delaware Valley native.
Yeah.
During Sirota's interview with Action News, he was wearing an old T-shirt from the Spectrum, and he's also a major Action News fan. He said that last time he stayed with Adam McKay in Los Angeles, he brought him a 6 ABC T-shirt.
Bradley Cooper is our dear friend, and he's been on the show. We need to get the other folks on.
We do.
Like Will Smith.
Yep, we got to work on that. On Monday, Aaron Rodgers and Shailene Woodley were spotted together again in West Palm Beach, Florida, right before it was announced that Rodgers would be continuing his professional career with the Packers.
I love you.
The pair... you just snuck that in there.
I love you.
The pair were photographed during a brief visit as they left a private jet at the West Palm Beach airport and returned to the same plane hours later.
It's easier to love someone with a private jet.
It is.
Yeah,
isn't
I
it?
think so.
I love you.
I love
and I
you,
love
Jet.
the private jet.
I love you, Jet. I love you, human, and you own the jet.
Rodgers and Woodley ended their engagement in February, but the football star and the Big Little Lies actress have been spending a fair amount of time together lately.
I'd like to see them get back to snuff, and they seem like a good couple.
Yeah.
This chapter's not
Well,
over
you know
yet.
what? He has been linked to so many people that I have gone, oh, well, this one makes sense.
So is it
Him and Olivia Munn, him
Right.
and Danica Patrick. I'm like, yes, that totally makes sense.
A
So,
source told People they both had intense work schedules in the fall, and it wasn't possible for them to focus on their relationship. And now when Aaron's season is over, he wants to give it another try.
I love you.
He thinks that Shailene is very special.
You're special.
She is more hesitant, though.
You're more hesitant, though.
He actually did a pretty good job as the host of Jeopardy when he was doing it. I was surprised.
So we'll see. A little time, and maybe it will heal the wounds. We'll have to see. But this wound is not healed. Kelly Clarkson's divorce from Brandon Blackstock has been finalized, and I've got some details on it. The singer will pay her ex a massive one-time payment of just over $1.3 million, as well as a monthly child support payment. By the way, $1.3 million, that's a drop in the bucket.
That is a drop in the bucket. Yep.
But the child support payment will be $45,600 for their 2 children. That's monthly. They have River Rose, who is 7, and Remington Alexander, who is 5. And additionally, the couple agreed on having joint custody of their kids, although River and Remington will live at Clarkson's Los Angeles residence. Another stipulation of the agreement is that both kids will be vaccinated against COVID-19, as they will be traveling out of state to see their father at the former couple's Montana ranch, where he will be living full-time. Although Clarkson will get both of their Montana properties, Blackstock will pay her $2,000 a month while he stays there until June. So he's renting until June.
This is crazy.
In addition to the one-time payment, the American Idol winner will also have to pay her ex $115,000 in spousal support per month, until January 31st, 2024. So there's a time limit on that one. The amount for spousal support is lower than previously, than the previous amount Clarkson was ordered to pay Blackstock in July of last year, which was $150,000, in addition to the $45,000 per month for child support.
Is this guy, is he not embarrassed by this? Like, come on.
He has a career. He had a career. From what I understand, still has said career.
I know.
He's an agent.
Listen,
Are you kidding me?
the way I look at it is like, dude, you don't deserve any of this crap. Like, this is her money. This is her career.
Oh, embarrassed in that way.
Yeah,
I thought you meant
yeah.
embarrassed because he's the man and he ought to be the breadwinner. And
No, not that at all. But at the same time, listen, I don't know if he doesn't have a career or anything like that. But dude, he's getting it.
But this is marriage. This
I
is
know.
that's part of the
sacred bond.
Yeah, the law can lay into that as well. Whoever is making the most, we're in a merger, a partnership. You know what I mean?
I do.
And so, therefore, that's the way it goes. If he had more money, he would be paying her.
By the way, where were they married? Were they married in California?
I don't know. I don't know where they got married, Steve. But the court documents also state that the singer will get the family pets, multiple cars, including a Ford Bronco, a Ford F-250, and a Porsche Cayenne, as well as a flight simulator.
Oh, man.
In turn, Blackstock will get the former couple's farm cattle, livestock, stock dogs, and horses.
Wait a second. When you say flight simulator, is that like an actual thing on pneumatic pumps?
I'm thinking so. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what that is.
Oh, man.
Not a computer game.
Give up the kids and keep that flat out.
But listen, there's more. So he's going to get the livestock, the dogs, the horses, multiple vehicles, including a Ford F-350, a Ford F-250, an ATV, and several Cat snowmobiles. And he will also walk away with a golf simulator and a couple of Patek Philippe watches.
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I feel like you needed to do that with this music.
Right, totally, yeah. And not only will you get the livestock, stock horses, and horses, but you'll get the Ford F-350, Ford F-250, and ATV, and several Cat snowmobiles.
$22,350.
And the actual retail price is... Oh, I'm sorry you overbid on that, Steve.
God damn it.
Oh, man.
But he'll also walk away with a golf simulator.
A plane simulator.
Watches, yes.
And a goat. A Porsche Cayenne and a goat.
By the way, Clarkson filed for divorce from Blackstock in June 2020 after 7 years
The
of
winning is just beginning.
marriage. This was fun. On the Ellen DeGeneres show yesterday, ZachBrath admitted that he had no idea that his on-screen wife, Gabrielle Union, was married to NBA superstar Dwayne Wade. Braff and Union play husband and wife on the upcoming Disney Plus remake of Cheaper by the Dozen. And he said, I knew what a knockout of a woman she was and that she's a great actress. And I just couldn't believe that they thought that they would legitimately pick me as her husband. He said, as far as her husband in real life goes, first of all, I knew nothing about sports. So when she kept talking about her husband, Dwayne, I was like, oh, well, I hope one day I get to meet this Dwayne. I had no idea who he was.
Well, that's probably good.
Yes, and he ended up saying that they're just the coolest couple. I was worried about pretending to be her husband, so all I could do was get in the best shape that I could and have some abs, and I had an ab or two.
You know who his girlfriend is? Florence Pugh.
I've forgotten.
Oh,
no
man.
way.
Yep.
Wow, lucky him.
Yeah.
She's pretty awesome. Speaking of her, I have a story involving her. According to the Hollywood Reporter, she is in talks to join Timothée Chalamet in the Dune sequel. If the deal goes through, Pugh would be cast in the role of Princess Aurelian.
Cool.
Which is interesting because kind of the story is from her perspective.
Yeah.
She's the, what's the word I'm looking for? She kind of keeps the records of what happens in history at that point.
Not the stenographer, the archivist?
Yeah, the archivist, yes.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. A lot of people want in on this Dune sequel. Rob Pattinson was saying he wants to be a part of it as well.
I could see that. Chris Rock and Kevin Hart are gearing up to co-headline their first joint tour. A 5-night show titled Rock Hart, only headliners allowed, will take place at venues across New York and New Jersey between July 21st and July 25th.
That'll be huge.
I didn't see the venues.
I wonder if they're going to do the each one switches who closes.
Well, that's what people are wondering,
Right.
About who's going to be the headliner. Hart discussed his relationship in a press release stating, when Chris and I realized that we were both going to be on tour this year, we immediately knew we needed to do something special. I cannot think of a better way to celebrate the return of live comedy than to co-headline a show with my brother Chris Rock. He said this is a major moment in comedy and one for the history books.
So it's 5 straight nights. They're doing Jones Beach, then the Prudential Center in Newark, Madison Square Garden, then the PNC Arts Center in Holmdel, and then back into Brooklyn. So that's really cool that they're doing 5 in and around the New York area, but you'd think maybe they could work their way down here?
It's just a hop down the turnpike.
Seriously, yeah.
Play your hometown.
He's already played the link, you know?
Yep.
Bro.
So many are looking forward to a sold-out event with 2 of the biggest and blackest comedians in Hollywood, according to the report. For ticket information, you can visit livenation.com. That will be a juggernaut.
Yeah.
This is fun. Pop sensation Harry Styles and rock legend Mick Fleetwood have taken their cross-generational friendship to the beauty industry. The singer is enlisted. The 74-year-old Fleetwood Mac drummer, Styles' musical hero and confidant, by the way, as the new face of his beauty and apparel brand called Pleasing, which Styles launched late last year.
Mick Fleetwood is his idol?
Yep.
That's an interesting idol.
Styles recently told Vogue he is a magical man. Mick is someone who brings me and countless others great joy. I felt there couldn't be a better embodiment of pleasing or a person who could so naturally capture the wizardry that we love. The campaign for the brand's second micro collection called Shroom Bloom launched on Monday with Fleetwood at the front of the product launch that includes face and nail products and apparel that Styles says is an intoxicating escape evoking curiosity. Photographed by Anthony Pham, Fleetwood is portrayed as a psychedelic sorcerer of sorts. The British rocker is captured sporting a lavender zebra print suit, accompanied by a purple top hat and wearing pleasing nail polish. And he peeks down from behind half-moon spectacles in one shot, strums a guitar in the next, and lazes alongside an illustrated frog in a field of flowers and mushrooms in another one. So they're going for this kind of trippy look, which is pretty cool. The campaign, which features pleasing T-shirts and a number of colorful manicures, was shot at Fleetwood's home in Maui, and his pet pig Tilly also makes an appearance.
So he's the base of this project. All right.
Yep, exactly. So as for how the two came together, Fleetwood credits a 2014 One Direction concert at the Rose Bowl that his then 12-year-old twins insisted that he take them to. He said eventually the girls realized that Dad was actually causing a bit of a commotion. They said of being recognized at a meet and greet, and Styles, who had been a lifelong fan, spotted the 6'5" rocker at the show and introduced himself. Styles is also friends with Stevie Nicks.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, Fleetwood said, 2 factions from completely different worlds came together. We really connected because it turned out that Harry had been brought up around Fleetwood Mac's music when he was a child. And so on and off for years, we've had this passing in the night relationship, which has included him doing Fleetwood Mac songs and doing countless little and big things with Stevie.
How about that?
That was an unlikely
It
pairing.
is cross-generational.
I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah.
I thought naturally he would be a fan because of Running Man.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, of course, yes. His cinematic
debut
achievement.
Yeah.
Let's see. In People Exclusive, Kelly Ripa performs her rendition of Patrizia Reggiani in a teaser for Live with Kelly and Ryan's After Oscar show. Ripa! Her co-host, Ryan Seacrest, will be dressing up as Spider-Man. The After Oscar show will air on March 28th. So she was dressing as Lady Gaga's House of Gucci character.
Sort of a riff out the movie, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because it's an Oscar thing.
It's an Oscar thing.
So they're going to play
I love
off
it.
of
I love Ripa. I love them. I love everyone.
So that should be just
You get a different perspective up here in heaven, Preston.
Let's see here. Page 6 reports that Outlander star Sam Hugan, is that how you say his name?
I'm not sure.
Hagen?
Yeah.
Heughan. He was photographed kissing a mystery woman in New York City over the weekend. It seems the two.
I can't. I'm married.
Oh, no. It seems that the two weren't afraid of showing a little PDA during their lunch.
Wait, is it Hugan, Hagen? What is it?
What's that, Huga from Frozen? Never mind.
What?
The song that they sing, the people.
At the beginning.
Yeah.
I've never known it as Huga Huga.
Yoo-hoo, those people. Yeah.
But in the sauna?
Big summer blowout. Yoo-hoo.
Yeah,
That guy?
Yeah, don't they sing a Huga Huga?
I don't remember them singing a Huga Huga.
Now I really want to know.
All right,
We need
so-
to get the clip that Casey's talking about to find out what the Hugh is about.
Yeah.
But that's
He goes, hello, family, and they go, hello.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Huga Huga. Jesus.
There's
No.
a Huga Huga song.
Well, there's a hey, oh, hey, at the very end. Mm-hmm. And at the beginning.
But you never call it Huga Huga.
No, we can call it a Huga Huga.
Okay.
Hey, ho, hey, ha. Hey, here, yeah.
Anyone can find the Huga Huga.
Higa from Frozen, the Broadway musical.
Okay, so maybe it's the musical version because my kids
That's
were in
what
the-
it is, Casey,
Okay.
because that's not in
Not in
the
the movie.
movie.
Got it.
But we're looking at a YouTube description, and it says Hygge, Hygge, from Frozen, the Broadway musical. So I didn't even know there was a Broadway musical.
know that either.
So my kids were in it. Oh my God, my daughter. Dad, you're wrong. It's in the musical.
He
But
just got a text from his daughter.
Yeah, but she was in the she was Olaf in the musical,
That's
and I
Casey?
remember that from
Okay.
So I remember it from that. I don't know the movie as well because it's not as good as Tangled. But
Casey Jr., could you call in now and sing that for us on the air?
oh my
Please
gosh,
call the hotline. That'd
She
be
will
great.
not do that.
Why? She's a Broadway. She's an on-stage
She's
gal.
really
Broadway
talented.
star.
She's a Broadway star.
Isn't she a leading role on Broadway?
No pressure, but if she does, we'd love it.
This is a big. It's like being in front of a live audience.
Give us the first half of the show.
If she's listening, she heard me. So, all right. Well,
Take us up to intermission.
Hege, Hege.
Hey,
Yeah, Hey Ya Hey Ya is the opening song somebody had texted.
Sounds like
But,
Nell when she's having an orgasm.
by the way, Hege is a Danish and Norwegian word for a mood of coziness and comfortable conviviality.
Conviviality.
What the hell is that?
Pleasant.
Okay, conviviality with feelings of wellness and contentment as a cultural category with its sets of associated practice. Hygge has more or less the same meaning as in Danish and Norwegian. So there you go.
So here's something kind of cool. My daughter said no, she's not going to do it. She's actually listening to us on the bus right now. She's so I thought maybe she'd be listening.
Oh,
She was in the car with my wife, but she's actually.
Can she get the bus to do Let It Go? Everyone on the bus?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
But okay, now I see why she doesn't want to do it. She's on the bus. She
I wouldn't want to do it
sing.
either.
But she's choosing to listen to us. Is
Is that a big accomplishment?
That's terrifying.
fills my heart.
Does your heart
good,
good?
yeah.
All right, excellent. Good morning, Casey. Thanks for checking in. Let's see. According to Us Weekly, coming out Colton star Colton Underwood and Andy Cohen on Monday said that he and his fiancee Jordan C. Brown will not be signing a prenuptial agreement.
In your face.
He said, we've already had this conversation. We're in it for the long haul. I know you guys have opinions on prenups, but we don't want to put those vibes out there.
You don't want those vibes out there.
Man, oh man. Anybody who makes that statement out loud usually goes back to regret that at one point. So
Yeah.
we'll see. All right, I think we're ready for Clips, gang. A time-traveling fighter pilot looks back on his own life when he's forced to team up with his 12-year-old self in the Atom Project. And here, Zoe Saldana discusses what she would do if she could go back in time.
I would want to go back and talk to younger versions of people, yeah, and of myself primarily. I really like to figure it out and practice every day, being bold to take steps into places that make me feel absolutely and utterly uncomfortable, but also I to remain as open as I possibly can.
I want to see you naked.
The Atom Project drops on Netflix this Friday, Casey.
I know.
This Friday. All right, next clip. Here we go. Season 2 of Kung Fu is kicking off with a Year of the Tiger-inspired two-part premiere. In this clip, star Olivia Liang talks about why her character is an example of good representation in television. Here we go.
It is an absolute privilege for me to be able to portray Nikki Shen, who is a strong, empowered Asian woman living in America. I think it is so vital to see a Asian American woman who is using her voice, who is taking up space, standing her ground, and who is unapologetically herself.
I had no idea that there was a show called Kung Fu out now.
I did. Yeah, I have not seen it. The one thing I want to know is it an extension of the Kung Fu series and Kung Fu: A New Generation? Is it part of that lineage,
or is it a
standalone
reimagining of it in a current day? Good question. Season 2 of Kung Fu premieres tonight on the CW. That is what I have. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. So with that, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, and we're going to enjoy our Wednesday morning together. We got stuff for you to win. I'll tell you about that in a little bit. Stay put. We'll be back shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
We had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what it is?
Means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have... darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's okay. I feel like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video, anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. Okay. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh. Ooh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Who's sir? What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the full treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh. Okay.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
this is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
Yeah, we got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to?
Oh my God!
Eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck Berry would be all over this.
Yeah.
He does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God!
Don't you want your mustache done?
It's
God, what a soothing voice!
Of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
What they did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh my God! Oh my God! What are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot,
dude.
Oh my God!
You're dying
Oh my God! She poured like And 8-9 ounces, it's going down his neck.
Rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay. Because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
yummy,
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it?
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I just wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like? Oh. Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes!
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like, this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't. It's not you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
If there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah. All right, so before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right, so we can get a drum roll case?
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Wow. Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance, it was just a plastic, yellowish,
faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood.
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah. How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
You've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there.
opinion.
If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm
here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family.
No.
Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
You want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
gotta be
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
Oh, Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody threw,
and it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service, traditionally.
Yeah. Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh, get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. And there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So here,
that ain't cool.
Here is the BS part.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Are you going to go to tomorrow night's game? The triumphant return of Ben Simmons?
No, I sold those tickets like the second James Harden got traded, and I cashed in, baby.
Because the value tripled on the face value, tripled.
Is that right?
Yeah,
you would imagine.
So, I mean, I just knew it was going to be a hot ticket. The promise was that Ben was going to play, possibly. So I was like, I'm going to cash in. And he's apparently not going to play, but will be in the building.
He's going to be there.
He's going to be
sitting
there.
Mm-hmm.
So Nick had posed an interesting question, and this is one we would like to pose to you and see if you've ever been put in a situation, because he is going to be at the center of a place that hates him. And just curious if you have ever had occasions where you've entered into something just knowing that you are going to be hated where you're going to.
But you have no option. You've got to go.
You got to go no matter
Oh,
what.
I wouldn't go.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No.
At all?
Wow.
No, I would not go.
You don't want to rip the Band-Aid off? To me, there's a part of... I kind of understand where Ben's coming from. By the way, this is if he shows up. There are reports saying that he might not, but I think he probably will be there tomorrow night. But like, it's going to happen at some point where he's going to have to come back into the building, right? So like,
get it done,
get it over with, and then move forward with your life.
Oh, I think it's going to be a nightmare. They're going to tear him apart.
Did I hear correctly? Who was talking about perhaps celebrating his return with a film or like
no? So what this is what it is.
What was the deal?
Normally, when players come back to Philadelphia, if they're liked, they will celebrate them. Basically, say, "Hey, you know, thank you," or whatever. And
so was that suggested floated for him? It couldn't have been.
I heard the same thing, Steve. I heard it a couple of days ago. I don't know if they were saying that the Sixers organization was actually considering it. What they were saying was it's typically done when a player comes back. There's no way they're going to do it for him. They can't.
It typically happens when they celebrate it. You know,
right.
When someone who has a long history of.
Well,
do you know what they
when
should
they go
do?
to play for another team, sometimes they'll do something.
Even for if it hasn't been a career player.
Yeah,
wow.
if they come back, if they're still playing if they're they were traded or whatever, it may be something little, but sometimes they will recognize that player.
Do a film of him when he was just standing around during training, off to the side, just sitting there, and make that
not doing anything.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think they did it for somebody recently.
Oh, well, the Flyers did it for Gosses Bear. I'm sure the Sixers have done it too. But yeah, I'm a player that is liked and respected by the fans when he walks back into the building.
All right, so anyhow, going into places that that everyone just doesn't like you. I can't remember anything like that happening to me. However, being in this business, though, there are competing radio stations.
Oh yeah,
and sometimes you can end up at events where it's like, I don't think this is our audience. You know what I mean? And especially if you have like a full on like hatred of two radio stations or a very very strong fanship, and they therefore hate the other one. So for years there was kind of a head-to-head thing with WMMR and WYSP, and when we were at Y100, we had competing radio stations as well. When I was at WDRE, Y100 was our competing radio station, and so you would enter into events that might be kind of like maybe a concert or something like that, where both radio stations shared that artist, and you'd be like, man, if it's more people from the other radio station,
we're going to have an issue.
I'm going to hear it when I get on stage to introduce the band or something like that. And it's not fun. I mean, it's whatever. You can blow it off later on, but in the moment, it's like, oh, God, these people hate me.
You and I were actually at a place where no one wanted us there, except the person who arranged for us to come there. When we went to speak to youths at a correctional facility.
Yes. Delaware County Correctional Facility.
It was the worst call.
And
it was like a career day.
We were there to talk about the radio industry, and we walk in, and it was, I've never seen a more sullen group of people in my life.
Oh, my God. I mean, and it makes Shawshank look like a frat party.
These were juveniles, but they were huge.
Yeah.
They were big, scary juveniles that wanted to kill us.
All right, so two questions about that event in particular. At any point, did you guys look at each other and be like, "We should go"?
We had no choice.
Okay. Yeah, we were actually in a classroom. All
right,
it wasn't that long that we had to give our riveting dissertation.
Where they paid attention everywhere.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah.
How long?
But they didn't put us out in the yard or anything like that, Nick.
When it comes to events you were describing with the other radio stations, Preston, I got divorced 6 or 7 years ago, and it's amicable. I get along with my ex-wife just fine. But there are moments where you re-enter your ex's life, be it family or friends or whatever. And walking into a situation like that, it's just uncomfortable at best. And sometimes it's just downright awkward. And sometimes, Kathy, you avoid it entirely. Yeah. You're just like, what? The headache that's attached to this or heartache or whatever, you're just like, I don't really want to experience that today.
I need to be over there.
Yeah. And I wonder if it, for you, Nick, was harder in your head than it actually was. Okay.
Yeah, you think about it way too much in advance, and then you avoid it, and it's usually not that bad. But there are people who hold grudges.
All right, I'm going to go to, let me go to Aaron on the phones. Good morning, Aaron.
Oh, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, Aaron. All right, so somewhere that you have to go and everybody doesn't like you.
Okay, so I'm a teacher, and my first teaching position out of college was in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. And after my first, awesome. Give it all you got. Lesson plan. I go and have my review with my principal, and she tells me that my 8th grade girls are never going to accept me because I'm a pretty white girl.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah, way to start the year.
Right.
So how did that resolve? How did that end up?
She was kind of right.
No, they didn't like you. They hated you.
I don't know if they hated me, but it was just really hard to get. It was hard to get their respect. She was right.
Yeah, and you're kind of fighting an uphill battle. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Wow, man.
How long did you work there?
1 year.
That was enough. Okay.
Man, yeah, that's somehow with a classroom, whatever the dynamic. My brother wanted to be a teacher and ended up just he could not gel with the students, and so he ended up in the Army and Secret Service, and it took a whole different trajectory.
Right.
But I mean, you're there. I'm going to change minds. I'm going to Robin Williams this one. Yeah. And it just doesn't work.
Here, Janet. People hate her every day. Let me go to her. Hi, Janet. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed. How are you today?
Good morning, it. We're wonderful. What's up?
Having a great morning. I wanted to tell you where I go every day that people hate me.
Okay.
So it's to work.
Oh,
so when you're a manager and you manage a bunch of people that you have to hold accountable to rules, and they, come in and punch the clock and then go on a coffee break, or they call out, every Monday and Friday, and then you have to hold them accountable for attendance. So when you have to, hold people accountable to the rules, every day you go to work, the rule breakers hate you.
Well, yeah, you bring up a good point. Someone who's like in HR or someone who has to deal with, like an assistant principal. Traditionally, I've always remembered in school was always sort of the disciplinarian, was always disliked.
Yeah.
So you kind of have that vibe going on, Janet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's a great feeling to go to work every day where half the people hate you.
So,
Oh my God.
how do you not let that get to you?
Well, eventually rule breakers who are held accountable either leave or get terminated because if they don't turn it around,
you actually kill them.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
She keeps a fifth of whiskey in the desk.
Right. That would wear on you after a while, I think, to just.
Well, yeah, you can't go to work to be everybody's best friend when you have to be the rule enforcer, right? So
yeah, and it's tough.
All right, have you? Has it ever gotten to you enough to where you go, I don't want to do this anymore? And listen, you're just doing your job, and you're holding people accountable to the rules, which are necessary to govern the people that work there. But does it ever get to be like, I just don't like being disliked?
Well, I think sometimes you have to. They say that sometimes you have to focus. They say you spend 80% of your time on 20% of the people.
It's true.
The bad apples eventually, you have to turn that around and focus on the 80% that are the good employees, right? So they're the ones that you have to make it, a good day over.
Okay.
So that's the way I try to do it.
All right, man, that would
thanks, Janet.
suck.
Hey, you know what gig would be being around people who don't like you all the time is? A prison guard, correctional institution.
Yeah.
And how, listen, you got into that position because for some reason it spoke to you as a job you want to do, and maybe you have the right physical requirements, you're a larger person, intimidating, whatever it needs to be to do that. But I would think that would just, after a while, that would just beat on you. You know what I mean?
My younger brother, before he became a police officer, was a corrections officer at a prison.
Was it fun?
No.
I can't imagine.
No, that's why he got out of it because listen, and listen, he's a no nonsense guy and he knows how to handle people, but still the majority of the prisoners just reflexively don't like you.
Yeah.
That's the dynamic.
Yeah.
That's
And
the person who's keeping you in the prison.
I think, too, a lot of times jobs like that, or maybe like a TSA agent at the airport, like people who sometimes aren't the friendliest, it might be because the majority of the people don't like them at their job.
Maybe. Yeah, might be. I'm going to go to Josh. Hey, Josh, good morning.
I was scared because Dracula.
Yes, of course, aren't we all?
Scares Dracula.
Dracula. Please make it a T-shirt.
All right, we're working on it. All right, what's up, Josh?
So I was an amateur wrestler, and I actually got picked up to go train with the WWE.
Nice. Nice.
So nothing came of it. I was so out of my league. But those wrestlers at the promotion I came from hated me for it. I was a bit of a hardhead, too. It also didn't help that I was currently holding the title, and they wanted me to drop the title to somebody who I thought didn't deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
So that on top of, and he's moving on up to WWE, hated me. And they would stiff arm me. I got my nose broke. I had to do 3 matches before I moved on under contract.
That's funny. That's funny because you're that dynamic, and obviously things are at a level are scripted, and you're doing all that. But you hear stories about wrestlers who just don't like each other. And they're performing and will do cheap tricks to actually really injure the other wrestler. You were getting that kind of treatment?
Yeah. So
that blows.
Yeah. It was rough. But
all right.
What if you're
now I'm an accountant? So
the wrestlers
Thanks,
have
Josh.
made millions of dollars, have built careers on being hated.
Yeah. Let me go to, here's another profession. I'm going to go to Joanne. And by the way, we're talking about the fact that Ben Simmons will be back in the Wells Fargo Center tomorrow night, and everybody hates you. What is that like? And I'll go to Joanne. Hi, Joanne. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So where is it? It has to do with your profession. What do you do to where everybody hates you?
I write parking tickets.
Oh,
there you go.
Enough said.
Even if you were the nicest, friendliest person, no one's gonna like you.
Can't you let them go?
I am a great person. I am the nicest person, but let's see. I've had Pepsi bottles thrown at me.
That's not cool.
People have tried to run me over. They've actually popped at the curb and came up on the sidewalk and tried to run me over.
So what, did anyone ever actually get physical with you?
No, thank God that has never happened. I've been doing this for about 4 years now, so it's never happened.
So real quick, so once you get pen to paper, you can't stop, right?
I'm going to say no.
This is why we don't like you.
Hey, Joanne, do you have...
Listen.
Go ahead.
It's all in the approach. It's literally all in the approach. If you approach us differently than, are you giving me a ticket? Then we're different also. But when you approach us like a mad person...
Yeah.
I think that's very valid, Joanne, and that would stand for so many things, right? The way...
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Joanne, how often does it happen where you'll be there writing it and they'll take it and crumple the ticket up and throw it on the ground?
Well, the fun part of my job is I have unrippable paper in my machine.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. So people try.
That's the best part of my day when people look crazy because they can't.
That's great. That is great.
So even though you can't, once you put pen to paper, what is the number one approach to take? What can someone say that might get them out of a ticket you're dispensing?
Well, I work on a main street, so there's a lot of people that are in the eye doctor, and they do run late. So they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I'd be this long in the eye doctor," or "Oh, I didn't know I had to pay the meter. I didn't have any change." So there's nice little, approaches, and I'm pretty lenient. But sometimes,
You call for backup.
Yeah. But simply wearing the uniform, walking your job, you're entering into an environment where people don't like you.
Yes, every day.
All right, yep.
Man. Joanne, are you in a city or in a smaller town?
I am in a smaller town. I'm right outside of Langhorne, Oxford Valley area.
Okay.
So the meters, now that's starting to by the way, how do they determine if you are, so I'll use the parking app. I'll pull up places that used to be metered, now have the parking app. How do you randomly check if a car is exceeding its time that's parked in one of those app parking areas?
See, now here's the thing. I'm in a small little town called Bristol Borough. We don't have the parking app. We only have the meters.
All right. Okay.
Old school. All right.
Yeah. And who has changed? Nobody has. It's the younger generation because none of us really carry change.
Right. You're
Bristol
right.
Borough, Joanne. Be careful today.
I know.
All right. Thanks, Joanne. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Have a
We'll
great
see you.
one.
By the
You
way,
too.
I hate the parking apps. I can't stand it.
Yeah,
I can't stand
Does
it.
it work for you?
Because I'm not totally sure
I know.
if I paid for it or not. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's-
no, it
that-
should
that-
have a countdown for you.
Yeah, but I've had it happen a couple times where it's been a mystery, and I got a ticket in Manayunk one time because of that.
That sucks. There should be a way to determine if hell.
hell. Let's go back. to the
What am I
phone calls.
talking about? I'm an idiot.
All right, going to places where you know people are going to not like you. Is the topic of conversation because Ben Simmons in town tomorrow night. I'm going to go to Anthony, who's been on hold for a little while. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Ed. How are you?
Good morning, buddy. We're good. All right, so yours was a specific event, right?
Yes. Lowest of low, got thrown out of a funeral.
You got thrown out of a funeral?
Yes. It was just to summarize it, I was married for 17 years. She ended up cheating on me, so I wanted a divorce.
Yeah.
So she wanted to get back together. I was like, no. So she passed away 2 years ago because of substance issues.
Right.
And at that time, I have two boys. So my one boy was 14, my other boy was 15. So, obviously I was dreading taking them to this funeral. And went in there, and just the dirty looks from everyone in there, from her family side, because they hated me because I divorced her, and was approached and said, "You need to leave."
So her kids, those were her kids that you're with, right?
Yes. That's the
So
only reason I was taking my kids to the funeral. That's the only reason I went.
Yeah, they need to. It was wrong to do that because
she cheated on you.
Yeah.
And yet you still, and they held a grudge because you did not want to make the marriage work after she had cheated on you.
Well, no, it was there were other issues too that were going on. I had enough. So
right.
I mean, we had been divorced for almost 10 years. So I mean, I had no contact with her family at all. And then
was a lot of it that she could get her parking app to work and you couldn't?
But no, they told me to leave, and they're like, "Your kids could stay." So I literally sat out in the car.
Okay.
Wow, man, that sucks. Yeah.
Well, it sucks for the kids is what it sucks for.
But did you know that going into it, that when I go in there, everybody's going to hate me?
Well, yeah. I mean, I was dreading going in there.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but sometimes you have to. Yes, this is the mother of your children. You had to attend.
Right. I had to bite the bullet, and I did it for my kids. But I'm like, oh my God.
Right.
You should have come in like, hey guys, listen. Water under the bridge, right?
All right, Anthony. Thank you, man.
For God's sake.
All right, we'll see you. I wanted to go to this call. This sounds interesting. Al is on the line. Hey, Al. Good morning, man.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Wonderful, Al. So this is, this is dealing with fans, right? Your particular situation.
With what'd you call it?
Fans.
Stands?
Yes.
F-A-N-S.
Oh, fans. Oh, no. This is dealing with players.
Oh, okay. I got you. I thought that I'm reading the description here. So why don't you spell it out for everybody?
In 1986, I tried out for the Eagles. Didn't make it. 87. What, the strike year?
Yeah.
Yes.
I crossed the picket line.
All right.
So just driving into the stadium, I had Reggie White punch my windshield.
The Minister of Defense.
That guy was a reverend.
He is a reverend.
I hated.
When did the guy's name Stan become an issue? No, so how you must have felt lower than low.
I still feel that way.
God, you regret doing it?
I do not, because I played in the NFL. Did you?
Right, exactly. I'm with you, man. Absolutely.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and then the following year, I actually did make an NFL team. I don't want to say who they were, but talk about hated.
Wow.
It's a lot
things they did to me.
Give us the worst. Give us the worst thing they did that you can say on the radio.
Well, other than punching through my windshield, I don't know. I guess filling my locker up with shaving cream, stuff like that.
Oh, that's a prank. That's not that bad.
You know.
All right, but still, doesn't make you feel welcome.
So you crossed the picket line, and you knew going there. Did you have any idea that you were going to get that kind of reception?
I kind of did.
Yeah.
When you're walking in, they're calling you a rat, you know.
Yeah.
You know, a scab and all that stuff. I mean, you know.
Yeah, crossing picket lines is never fun for anybody in any situation. Yeah.
All
I
right,
get it.
thanks, Al.
Now the picket line at say like a fast food place as opposed to a picket line that's comprised of football players.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But that is a scenario like this where you're going to go for whatever your reason is to go and work, and you know that you're going to face a mob of people that hate you and want you to know it. That's kind of like this Ben Simmons thing tomorrow night.
Yeah.
But that would suck, being in that position. Let me go to, this one's, I'm going to go to Gregory. Hey, Gregory. Oh, wait, I don't have you here. Now you're on the line. Gregory, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
Great. What's up, buddy?
So I'll be brief. I'm a school psychologist. I determine the program and placement of children who are referred for special ed services.
All right.
This little boy was 6 years old. He had behavior problems. They wanted me to recommend a program that was outside of his school because that would make it easier for school-based staff. And I knew going into this meeting they wanted to railroad this kid, and I was armed and loaded, so to speak. I had everything set up in terms of what I was going to say, and I said, you guys are in violation of the laws that govern special ed. And I knew they were going to hate me. The principal was so mad. She was shaking. She was like shivering. And, you know, my member doesn't touch the ground, but after that day, it got a little bit closer because I'm not going to let them railroad this kid for their own convenience.
Wow.
So you stood up for the kid. So I have to assume at this point you still feel good about what you did, even if you caught hell for it.
Yeah, I definitely caught hell. And these kind of scenarios come up, you know, more often than not. And I know, okay, this is going to be one of those meetings. I'm the guy that's going to say no. You have to meet this kid's needs in their neighborhood school. You're not going to move him or her because it'll make, you know, y'all's lives easier.
So
it's not going to happen. And nobody wants to hear it when I'm telling them they know they're wrong. They don't want to. Nobody wants to hear that.
Right.
You all know you're doing wrong in this case.
Well, let me ask you a question. How did it manifest from there on in at work? Were you kind of just shunned?
You know, after a couple days, things kind of went back to normal because they knew I was right.
Oh,
okay.
Well, there you go.
All right. It didn't get it. Yeah, it was that the one occasion or a couple of days.
They did hire a football player to punch your windshield.
Gregory, we got to wrap it. I got you. Thank you, man. We appreciate it. But yes, so that can put you in a position where you know that it's going to be. You got the opposition. That happens a little more often. But Ben Simmons is going to feel the wrath of the city tomorrow night, or at least of the Sixers fans.
Right.
And we will see how that goes. I'm sure it's he's preparing himself
Maybe
for
it'd be
it.
a wonderful welcome.
You never know.
I wonder.
Actually, you kind of know.
Is there a chance he doesn't come at all still?
Yes.
Yeah, I bet you he doesn't come.
All right. Anyhow, we need to take a break because we're going to go on Fox Good Day when we return.
Yes.
So let's do that very thing. We will have the bizarre file on the way as well. And a secret text word, your chance to win some Black Crowes tickets at the Borgata in July. So text word secret to 39333. We'll be back in a moment.
Good morning. Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa! I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is
because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck,
okay, because that's usually
don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock-pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa. Now, wait, you actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do
All
that.
right.
So that means
do that!
But here's the thing, that means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
It changes everything.
It changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver, yes, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
That's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the...
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher, okay.
Yeah, she's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing...
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand.
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently this is, they're saying, is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty and
the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way.
Ah.
Wow, well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger, too.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy? Bitch.
Give us the traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these
No,
because
you know
it's
what?
similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing, and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
What are the plans for those? Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores, though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But
We've got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. Places where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park, bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Kind of a pond, or like a large koi pond, or something for the ducks, bitch. All green though, bitch.
All green.
Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know, bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch.
His bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's the
his
Tom,
face.
Tom Skippington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texts in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. He's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why sometimes we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with
So will you pair, like, do you like a red or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever
kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine,
Okay.
Poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier to eat with a meal as opposed to, a Jack and Coke or something like that.
Or a wine and Coke.
But I'm not a...
Which is disgusting.
Well, have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and Coke?
Was this in the early days?
Yeah. It was When you put anything in Coke.
Yeah. Gin and root beer.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever. What can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum and called it crumb. That's not good. All right.
But like a white wine spritzer, that's,
Oh, I've been doing that lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just...
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine
that's
spritzers
awesome.
in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up at 4 a.m.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
So anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, mid to higher level and add, a spritz, and spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley,
I'll spritz that.
Yeah.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make a...
They could do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
No, technically he's not wrong.
No. They can do anything.
He also tasted red wine from Canary Islands in Spain and another from Italy, which he described as being wonderfully perfumed, savory, potpourri, floral, and substantial.
Did he mention RoboCop?
No.
Zabo, what about RoboCop? What are you talking about? What?
I know you guys think I'm crazy sometimes with my taste palette, but there are, if I look at a menu, a wine menu, I will know, I don't typically like, and it's a wide range, but any wines from California. I don't think I've... Yeah, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be one specific wine.
You
but
don't like them?
Typically, anything that I've tasted, if it's from California, and I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the soil that the grapes grow in.
You said you're not fond of Mexicans.
Stop it. I never said that.
Oh,
I'm part Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you say that? That's crazy. No. There's some people...
you might have a palate for it.
That could absolutely be it.
But I'm just wondering, maybe it does have something to do with where it's, where the grapes are grown.
Yeah. I don't... There's a documentary a friend of mine recommended. I haven't seen it yet. It's about sommeliers, master wine tasters, and I haven't seen it yet, but he said
it's about Somalians.
No, in the scene
pay attention.
In a scene, some friends are talking to the guy. He's like, "Come on, do the thing, come on." And he's like, "I don't want to blah 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 this and that." So he ends up giving in, and they pour him a bottle of wine. He does not know where it comes from, anything like that. He is able to sample it and has such a refined palate that he can not only tell you the type, he can narrow it down to the exact vineyard that it came from.
Gosh, what?
It's some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his mouth.
Well, there's a to reference a movie.
Move along. Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yep.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay.
Wow, you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop of New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. Like, it gives me a headache.
Your nose has abilities.
Yes, it does.
Is Som the name of that documentary?
This is the one that I know about, unless there's another one. Maybe there was one that you saw that I didn't, but I've heard of this one before. SOMM.
Well, there is a documentary on Netflix that was, we put it up on PrestonSteve.com, like documentaries that you have to see. And it is about, I don't know if it's about sommeliers or wine, but it is about wine.
So it was my birthday yesterday, and I have like 6 great bottles of bourbon at home.
You got?
Yeah, some of them I got, some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So, yeah. So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No. Okay. Ice. You call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah, like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263 WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes.
Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsett, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
How about that? And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true, though, about that it is not healthy for cats?
Yes, that's
what I've heard.
That it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. And you can just go to their full-service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Well, an Italian brown bear that made headlines when it broke into a bakery to feast on cookies has been captured and taken to a sanctuary. Yep.
Scusa, I didn't mean to break in. I just liked the cookies.
Wildlife officials said the bear, dubbed Juan Carito by residents, was taken to the Palena Bear Reserve due to the Bruins' repeated bad behavior. The 2-year-old Moriscan bear made headlines in November of last year when the animal broke into a bakery late at night and feasted on cookies. The bear was tranquilized after the incident and moved to a remote area of Maia National Park.
How the hell did I get here?
But the animal was spotted at a ski resort about a week later. This guy's having a great time.
Yeah.
The officials said that Juan Carito was ensnared in a baited trap on Sunday after being spotted lurking around a local train station. Lucio
How do I get to Paris?
Lucio Zazzara is the president of the national park and said the intervention was necessary to protect the bear and keep it away from potentially dangerous situations. And in general,
I've never been to Monte Carlo.
And in general,
you can gamble there, you know.
Absolutely.
An environment.
Only 2.
I love my game of choices of Baccarat.
Where it has been feeding almost exclusively on waste for too long. But they said they are still hoping to eventually return Juan Carito to the wild.
Spare his character.
Yeah, totally. A prosecutor has charged a woman after she took her 14-year-old son to fight another 14-year-old and then allegedly got involved in the fight.
Cheating.
Donica Nelson is charged with second-degree assault. Nelson took her son Friday morning to fight the victim. The two teens arrived at the same location after having a prearranged understanding that they would settle a dispute by fighting one another. Okay, so that's going to happen.
Yep.
But a fight broke out, and the victim told police that he hit Nelson's son, causing him to fall to the ground. And that's when Nelson allegedly slashed at the victim with a pocket knife. The mother breaks out a pocket knife, cut the victim's right hand and face. The victim and friends then ran away and got medical treatment for the cuts, according to the court documents. One of the victim's friends stated that he also said that Nelson revealed a gun during the fight and threatened them.
Someone's watching The Untouchables.
After being arrested, Nelson reportedly told police that she would defend her children if someone was trying to harm them. But she brought him, it was an agreed upon, we're going to settle
And she
this.
brings a knife.
Yeah. Nelson is being held without bond, by the way. All right. Like to introduce you to a gentleman named Kenneth Clark Carlisle. For unknown reasons, the Florida man walked fully naked up the driveway of his next-door neighbor and then proceeded to defecate atop a glass table on the victim's porch.
Oh.
He was arrested Friday afternoon for criminal mischief and booked into the county jail on the misdemeanor charge.
You know that's a kink thing, right?
Yeah,
like Raymond Burr used to be into that, the rumor was.
That's the Pittsburgh platter, is it not?
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that's exactly what it was, but the idea would be someone would sit underneath and watch.
Yeah.
Carlisle, cops say, was captured relieving himself in broad daylight on two separate angles of the victim's home security video footage.
I'll be back tomorrow.
When officers arrived at the crime scene, Carlisle was spoken to through the door of his RV camper, and he was still visibly naked and highly uncooperative.
Why?
Bond on the criminal mischief rap is $250, but Carlisle remains behind bars since he was already facing several criminal charges stemming from a December arrest. So I don't think this was just kink. I think he's a... He's a...
yeah, all in all, he's a good neighbor.
Little unhinged. Carlisle was busted for drunk driving and discharging multiple firearms into a lake near his residence.
Damn fish!
Carlisle fired the guns while seated in his car, and a search found multiple shell casings scattered around the vehicle. He was charged with DUI, misdemeanor, and 2 felony firearms.
I wonder where you are just at the moment before you say, I'm going to go over and take a dump on that table.
What was... Yeah, right before then. What was going on? All right, Steve, I bring this story up because I think you've mentioned on a few occasions there was I think it was maybe a TV anchor man who said a similar thing.
Okay.
A Michigan man said he tells his daughters to, quote, lie back and enjoy it if rape is inevitable, in remarks that drew harsh backlash from party leaders on Tuesday. This guy's a politician.
So the guy you're talking about was a guy in New York named Tex Antoine. He was a weatherman. He was always bombed. And he said that one day, and that ended Tex Antoine's career.
Well, Robert R.J. Reagan, who is running for a state house seat, made the comments on Sunday Facebook live stream hosted by a conservative group. Reagan used the crude analogy while telling another participant that it was not too late to decertify the 2020 presidential election, saying that he facetiously tells his daughters, well, if rape is inevitable, you should just lie back and enjoy it. The Kent County candidate, who won a 4-way special election to snag the Republican nomination for the seat last week, also recently said that Russia's invasion of the Ukraine was a fake war, just like the fake pandemic. His comments came a year after he shared a series of anti-Semitic social media posts, according to the Times of Israel. Reagan, who is favored to win the House seat, was admonished by other top lawmakers. 2 years before making the rape comment, one of the politician's own daughters took the unusual step of urging community members to not vote for him. Reagan did concede that his rape analogy was a little less than smooth. He said sometimes
it was inartful, as they say.
Sometimes my words aren't as smooth and polished as the politicians are because I'm not a politician and I'm working on it, he says. So good luck with that. This is a pretty dark prank to pull. A group of funeral directors in London have been suspended after a video emerged of one of them standing over what seems to be a corpse in a body bag when one of his colleagues bursts out of the body bag, sits up, and screams,
oh my God,
causing the victim to jump backwards in shock. The video was shot at one of their T. Cribb & Sons funeral homes in East London. John Harris, senior partner at T. Cribbs & Sons, saw the video over the weekend and confirmed that he has suspended some staff over that.
Yo, T. Cribbs!
The video was posted on Twitter Saturday afternoon. where it's gone viral. And many online commented that the prank was disrespectful, but fellow funeral directors said things like, look, people in our line of work need to unwind and relax, and pranks like this keep our
You got to
spirits
take
up.
the edge off. That's why they have sex with the bodies.
Oh, my God.
That is what I have in the B file for you. Let us take a break. Not before I remind you that we have a secret text word, your chance to win tickets to see the Black Crowes Saturday, July 2nd at the Borgata Event Center, and our own Jackie Bam Bam will be hosting that. So if you're interested, text the word secret to 39333, and we will see if you win this morning. Back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3
I didn't have a poinsettia in my house. Really, I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
Nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in the in this particular post.
Why don't you just, Nick, just type in the Google search bar pussy and see what comes up. It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right.
See what we get.
All right.
Only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
Yes.
dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I
All right?
just be-
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard
Yeah.
stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats in that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about
Oh,
shop?
Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name. Yeah.
It is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your Dan Rather. He said, I got into this into news in the first place to be a part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Shart.com is taken.
Ah, son of a bitch.
I know. They make T-shirts.
Which actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They've
We
reported.
always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
about cats.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And they're the reaction to poinsettias.
Yeah,
which can be toxic and lethal. Hence, toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail?
Well, they've got loads of distilleries. So it used to be, and it isn't as much anymore, when...
I assume it's not a straight line.
No, to call a spirit bourbon...
Yes.
Part of the requirement is it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But now there are other... now people are labeling bourbon even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually... There's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey. And it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia or at least Pennsylvania. And it's called bourbon. I had it. It's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries, my dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones. Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And they'll
It's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I
Yes.
mean, it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016 there were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon. Happy trails to you. It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric
But first I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the Bible.
I don't want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink. Everyone knows that. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah.
When Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim
You know what I
Beam.
don't know?
Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
Talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they make where they create it and distill it and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process. And then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that comes out. So so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015. So it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with The Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that...
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
That he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that, Casey, again.
Like the streets of Barcelona.
Did you have to waft that up to your face?
It's what you call a Barcelona oven.
So...
You can see the streets now. And the little children playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to... I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Most of the time.
That has to be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're on. That information's incorrect.
Yeah. In fact, I had jotted down a note not that long ago. I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C, I think.
Every state has a Springfield.
Right.
Right.
And it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all. And obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts.
Yeah.
And then when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks.
I thought you were going to sing Hey, Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us?
When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about like, it's funny. People are calling in about like super crazy. Like, they were calling about bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah. Honestly, they could lose their jobs over that. As nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have an expertise in that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank robber. No, I'm not a bank robber.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
Seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing him.
Darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you
attitude?
like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
My name is Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray. Holy cow! It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm going to be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm going to fly. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high.
God.
Because my parts all got all froze up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McWayne and Catherine Romano anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a thumb up here, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing.
He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in
World featuring the new gravy float.
Oh, you should.
Wow. It's exciting, right?
I would have to ride that. Now that's when I'd wait in line.
Oh,
for
my
it.
God.
Yeah, for sure.
To ride a river of gravy?
Yep. All right, so this is kind of fun. I saw, and by the way, the Just Saying Institute is a series of studies and polls and scientific calculations.
Well, essentially, it's a massive learning establishment that imparts this information to us.
Correct, sir. So if you've ever caught yourself unintentionally imitating how someone speaks after listening to them for a while, you've taken part in a well-known phenomenon that linguists call linguistic convergence.
I do it all the time.
New study. So you'll start to pick that up a little bit.
Remember, we had this Russian photographer. This guy, maybe he's Ukrainian or whatever. He was here and he was taking our pictures, and I started talking back to him in his dialect. And I said, "I'm sorry. I found it fascinating," and he was cool with it.
I do it to my friend Helen all the time.
Yeah.
She's from Manchester, and I can't help it.
Yeah, but are you playfully doing it, or are you doing it without thinking about it?
It's probably more playful than anything else, but
The Russian guy, after a while, Steve, you did it by accident. I remember. One time. You're like, why am I doing this? So that would be this linguistic.
Okay, then that falls in this
convergence.
Area.
Yeah. So the data showed that apparently it said a new study finds that even our expectations about how other people might speak is enough to shape our own speech patterns. The data showed that participants who listened to someone with a strong U.S. Southern accent and then played a word-guessing game started pronouncing certain vowels with a Southern-like pronunciation, even when they hadn't heard the Southern talker pronounce the specific vowel beforehand. They simply inferred the talker's pronunciation based on their other accent features and imitated what they had expected.
That's interesting.
It is. Study authors note that a key reason that participants were able to form their expectations was because this vowel is particularly noteworthy feature that is stereotypically associated with the South. So, and it's interesting how your accent might change over time or not. So my parents, were from Kentucky. They have a pretty substantial Southern accent. I grew up in that household. And at some point, we lived in South Carolina for a while, and I very much had that accent. I said things with a Southern drawl.
How?
But I eventually, because I came back and I was in third, fourth, and fifth grade in South Carolina. So that was my age, if that was your question.
Yes.
And then we moved to Missouri, which is more of a Midwestern kind of bland, nondescript accent. And so I was there from, sixth grade on. And even though my family, my mom and dad, retained their accent because they were set in their ways, mine morphed and changed into something that's a little bit more generic.
It's wild.
So it's kind of strange how that happens. I guess it has to do with what age you are, too.
Yes, true. By the time you got to Philadelphia, you were fairly neutral?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I did catch myself one time, though. I was making a video for my high school reunion, and I was doing stuff from the 1980s, and so I have the video game console at home, and I have a Robotron game, which I was playing, and I caught myself in the video saying, I'm just playing Robotron.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I didn't know I said it that way.
You're like, oh, God,
Until I watched back the video, I'm like, oh, my God. What was that? Next thing you know, I'm in the Poconos.
With Moik.
Yeah,
hey,
with
you
Moik.
guys.
So anyhow, researchers say that this all shows that there are more pressures shaping how we speak at any given moment than we may have thought, and that our expectations about others, even those that reflect stereotyped associations between accent features and the people who use them, influence not just the way we listen, but also the way we speak.
I think about this all the time because even through the course of a show, like when we're doing what we do, I change my my pronunciation slightly, or even my inflection if I'm knowingly being goofy and or just being my natural stupid self. I'll change in a slight bit in presentation, and then I'm up here now, like a more, there are slight changes that I know that I make, and I think it's something that's happening that if I pay attention to it, I'll notice it.
So I noticed that my wife will, when she spends time with her aunt, who is from Sweden. What is this? Oh,
You noticed this? Wow. It's a twofer.
Who is from Sweden. Now, she doesn't speak with a Swedish accent per se, but the inflections that she uses are a little bit different in her speech pattern. And I will notice if my wife has been speaking on the phone with her or if we spend time there, that she will affect that in some way a little bit and do it subconsciously.
I just fixed the toilet watching YouTube video.
Rochelle?
What the hell?
Is it sing
Maybe
song?
some meatballs.
It is.
It's so like up and down and
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And things will end maybe with an inflection at the end going up instead of down, or something like that.
Let's sing songs from Frozen together. Was it Jürgen?
Huge. So anyway, if you're around someone that has a different type of accent than you, and you catch yourself kind of falling into that, it's called linguistic convergence.
Well, yeah, and I just enjoy speaking in faux dialects. So it's to me, after I start doing that, I enjoy it so much I continue with it, and that's when I apologize to that photographer saying, I'm not making fun of you. I love the way it sounds.
There was a point in my life where I spoke French pretty well. I don't anymore. I'm 46 years old, but I studied it in college quite a bit, and I got to study in France while I was there. And
always the best way to do it.
Yeah, being just surrounded by it. And we've talked before in the past about like literally watching shows like Sesame Street and different, or watching news broadcasts that helps you learn the language. Right. The wildest thing that ever happened to me, though, was dreaming in another language. When I dreamt in French, it was like this thing that you're doing completely subconsciously, and you have no control over it. And all of a sudden, you were dreaming in a different language. And I found that to be so bizarre, but also really cool.
Yeah, Rochelle's brother married a woman from Colombia. He went and lived there for several years. And obviously, he didn't speak Spanish beforehand. He had to learn it, and he learned it amongst his coworkers and everything. And he said the moment that he started thinking in Spanish was that he had realized he's okay.
Right.
I know this language now.
You switch from translating in your brain, which is what you do most of the time when you're learning the language, to actually thinking in that language.
That blows my mind. I would love to someday tackle, and I think I'd like to learn Spanish. It seems like it might be the most handy.
Can you learn it in French?
Language to learn. I learned French, Spanish. But it seems like a lot of work.
You've got to me, I'm convinced. First off, I think for me it would be a difficult thing because my mind is so all over the place. I'm such an idiot when it comes to that. But I think, like as Nick was saying, if you're working it and using it and surrounded by it, that's the best way to do it. Like people can do the like Rosetta Stone and stuff like that. God bless you. I would not have the concentration to do that. My wife's uncle, the priest who married us, Irish priest. Wonderful guy, but his parish was down in Puerto Rico for decades. And he said to me, I was saying, well, what's that like? He says, I have to concentrate to speak in English because Spanish was his language. That's he thought in all the thoughts, all the communication, the dreams, everything was Spanish. It's just wild.
All right, but I'd never heard that linguistic convergence before, so I thought that was an interesting stat.
It's a good band name.
Just saying.
Like a prog rock band, right?
You're right, yeah. Linguistic.
We are linguistic convergence.
All right, apparently thinking of old memories, kind of nostalgic memories, can do more than make you feel warm and fuzzy. Researchers from China scanned participants' brains and found that viewing nostalgic images reduced their pain ratings compared to viewing control images.
Well, you were just watching Bigfoot and Wonder Boy, the trailer from a series that was on years ago.
The 70s.
Did it work for you?
I don't remember the show.
Oh.
I do. Now, if I would have watched Sigmund the Sea Monster,
yes,
maybe that would have gotten me a little more nostalgic and feeling less pain. So seeing nostalgic images had the greatest effect on reducing low-intensity pain. Researchers say that nostalgia may be a drug-free way to alleviate low levels of pain, such as headaches or mild clinical pain.
So, okay. So instead of turning to drugs, you would turn to Sid and Marty Krofft trailers?
Maybe that. Or something endearing.
Give me some puffin stuff.
Maybe looking at old photos or something like that.
It unleashes... So those nostalgic memories can suppress or help mitigate pain?
I guess so. Yeah, to some extent. Let me ask you a question about going back and looking at old photos and things like that. So I still have photo albums at home, like physical albums.
We do too. I never look at them.
But when I do, I rarely do. But when I do break them out, it's pretty special. It's pretty.
Yeah,
It's pretty
it's
cool.
fun.
It is.
Is it painful at all?
No. But the question,
paper cuts.
The question I have is people who have now lived long enough to have, the photo albums not exist to them, and it's specifically digital. I wonder if going back and scrolling through old photos, it gives that same imprint as looking at photo albums. What's that?
I have to let you know because my mom, obviously, she lives with me, and so in my house, we have all the photo albums from when I was a child.
Okay.
No, he's saying digital. Not
No,
photo
I'm saying
albums.
either way. How does that compare though to looking at old digital photos as opposed to breaking out the album and?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like you open it and you can
I can tell
smell
you
it and you know what I mean.
One of the elements of it is that photograph was touched by someone who put it in there. It is a direct physical representation of an effort made, and that carries something. The work putting it in there and the order and so on and so forth. I mean, I have thousands of pictures in my iPhoto, and it's a whole different way to be nostalgic.
For Christmas this year, I gave my parents and myself a photo album made from digital photos. So I just went through Google Photos, and they.
What's it called again?
It was just through Google Photos. So you
can do it through Apple too.
You can,
Great.
and so basically it was highlights from 2020 or 2021, and just I don't know, I picked like 70 of them or whatever. So Steve was able to represent digital and physical, which is cool. But Preston, I brought up the pain question because for me the wistfulness and nostalgia are intertwined, and I find it to be painful sometimes, especially when looking at younger pictures of my son, because that's time I'm never going to get back. So I like it, I get the nostalgia of it, but I also feel a little bit of emotional pang every time.
I put on Cats in the Cradle. That'll
Father and Son by Cat Stevens.
Yeah. But I wonder if you had like a physical pain at the time while watching that, while looking at that, and you had a headache, if it would get worse or if it would actually, maybe you'd kind of forget about it because you're too busy wallowing in your sorrow at that point.
Take 2 photo albums and call me in the morning.
Maybe that would be a prescription down the road. Listen, I'm the same way. I've got a digital frame in my kitchen, and it's motion sense. So as soon as you walk in, it comes on, and I've got thousands of pictures on there, and a lot of them are from when the kids are younger. And I'll just stop and go, oh man.
So you like Chevy Chase and Christmas Vacation up in the attic?
It's great. So Brian from Chorus Photography texted and said that he tells his friends and clients to print off 20 of your favorite photos every single month. And I think that's a great idea.
No, that's too many things.
But if you do that every month, and then you're not...
that's a good way. You can completely see the balloon knot.
Yeah.
Wait, that frame that you have, Preston, is that the one where other people can add photos?
No,
you can invite?
this is older than that, but a lot of them now can be digitally uploaded
Okay. Did you do that
from other people.
Yeah, so this was one of the best presents. I actually brought it up as a potential topic at one point. It's called an Aura frame, A-U-R-A. And my brother got it for my parents. It's in their kitchen, Preston, so every time we walk by, we see. But it's basically become like a second TV in their house. Right. And my brothers and I and everybody's significant others upload these photos with the app, with the Aura app, and we use it all the time. And I love watching those photos at my parents' house now.
So your parents they see the new photos, right?
All
Every
the
time they
time.
go up. Yeah, that's
It's
cool.
great unless people are sending pictures that you don't want to see, which I've talked to people who said that
Oh, no
before.
kidding.
Not like naked pictures or anything.
Glad
like
you got that polyp out.
But boring ones that are filling it up with, I get no enjoyment out of it.
So on the Amazon show, which is the one that has the bigger screen, you can share your photo albums, your Amazon photos with everyone. But you're right, Preston, that is one of the liabilities that you're getting a bunch of pictures of people you don't know.
And I got my mom this thing called a GrandPad, which is essentially like a senior citizen's iPad tablet. That they don't need to do too much if they're not very tech savvy, and I can send pictures and put stuff up on that. So, but yes, so nostalgia in photo form and other ways can actually help relieve pain, according to researchers here at the Just Saying Institute.
Look what you learned.
Look what you
What
learned.
a great establishment.
Here's another one that we're going to teach you, another little story, the study that was done. Leaders have a certain look about them. University of Cyprus researchers found entrepreneurs with dreams of being a huge success are more likely to have a symmetrical face and prominent cheekbones. Still, these facial features had no bearing on whether or not they'd actually find great success. Lead study author, Dimosendis Stefandias, said the findings from our research suggest that facial appearance is associated with the emergence of leaders, but not with their subsequent business performance.
You're talking the chiseled features of a Chuck Schumer or Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
Can you please? Can you please do your Mitch McConnell, Steve? Droopy dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chiseled features.
So, I don't know what they if they include politicians, but I'm sure they are because they are leaders.
Right.
But one limitation of the study is it only looked at white male entrepreneurs. So maybe they need to widen things out just a little bit.
I'm trying to think of entrepreneurs who. That seems interesting. I would think that we tend to look. Well, you had another study from the Joe Saying Institute that said, we tend to listen to good-looking people.
Yeah.
We tend to believe them more. So really, they get it all, and we end up with the table scraps.
It's kind of that way. It seems that way, doesn't it? So, all right. Anyhow, we'll move on to something else. How about let's go with. This is interesting. So it turns out that people with certain personality traits are more likely to become criminals. University of Copenhagen researchers found that people with a high willingness to take risks or who were impatient are more likely to commit crimes.
So people with good cheekbones.
No, not that. But people who are willing to take risk.
I'm going to set your home on fire.
That was a very Joker at the end of Batman type of laugh right there.
Well, no kidding, they're more likely. They're more likely to take risks. Committing a crime is a huge risk.
Researcher Klaus Kreiner explains, our study clearly shows that preferences such as risk tolerance, impatience, and altruism predict the propensity to commit crime.
Klaus Kreiner clearly collaborated with Clementine Kligel.
Yeah.
Kligel?
Other research suggests that it is possible to influence these behavioral parameters in children and young people, which can be very important in relation to the development of criminal behavior. So they're saying to keep an eye out for people like this who might show these tendencies.
I sent you an extensive article on what goes into building like a sociopath, like from Ted Bundy to Bernie Madoff, to people who have this collection of things that set them in motion. And Preston, some of the best movies have featured kids that are starting to early display signs of this, like The Bad Seed.
Oh, yeah.
All of those movies have that sort of, this is troubling. I hope this doesn't become a lunatic when this kid grows up.
So that particular study, which I have here, yes, they've identified 5 key personality traits that are common among famous psychopaths.
All right.
Now, Kathy, this might be interesting because it steps outside of the obvious, which is that other story. So, and these psychopaths would include serial killer Ted Bundy, fraudster Bernie Madoff, and Robert Clyde Barrow. But they also looked for shared traits in 6 men total. So Ted Bundy, Bernie Madoff, Clyde Barrow, James Bond, Sherlock Holmes, and Chuck Yeager, who have all previously been identified as psychopathic.
Whoa.
Chuck Yeager.
Yeah.
American hero.
Yeah.
Broke the sound barrier.
He used to strangle old women.
No, he didn't do that.
All right.
They found, listen to this. So it is very
A lot
interesting.
of time to kill here on the base. You mean time to literally kill? Yeah, what did you think?
So they found that Bundy, Madoff, and Barrow are all psychopaths.
That's a great law firm.
Guilty of callousness.
Here at Bundy, Madoff, and Barrow, if you don't pay, each one of us will come and kill you.
They are all psychopaths guilty of callousness, manipulativeness, dishonesty, arrogance, and cruelty. The research was conducted by the study, or it was Christina Crago in Virginia and Thomas Widger at the University of Kentucky. Now, there remains considerable debate as to what are the core traits of psychopathy, or is it psychopathy? I'm not sure. they say in their research. One approach is addressing this question is to identify the traits that are present in persons said to be actual or even prototypic examples of psychopathy. According to the team, Ted Bundy, Clyde Barrow, Bernie Madoff, Chuck Yeager, and 2 fictional men, James Bond and Sherlock Holmes, have all previously been described as psychopaths. But for the study, they prepared case histories for each of the 6 men spanning 3 to 5 pages long. Researchers then recruited volunteers to read through the case histories and score each of the men on a comprehensive range of traits that have been listed in various psychopathy scales used in previous studies. Now,
so unnamed people would come in, not knowing who they were, read these profiles and determine what they felt about them.
Yeah, so here are the 8 traits that were found to be common in all 6 men, okay? Low vulnerability, low self-consciousness, low anxiousness, fearlessness, boldness, assertiveness, dominance, and excitement seeking.
So the same trait that might allow a Chuck Yeager to say casually, yeah, I'll go up and try to break the sound barrier, is the same one that'll make Bernie Madoff say, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'll ride it for as long as I can.
Yep, it's similar. So, however, these traits can also be used to describe people not considered to be psychopaths, suggesting that the past studies to have used them as measures of psychopathy may not be reliable. So what they're saying is they may have not been looking for all the right things to determine what an actual psychopath is.
Right,
okay?
right.
So you can have all these traits, but not be technically
like a lunatic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A deranged
right
person who has no empathy.
And to what degree do you have it? And how committed are you? Obviously, Ted Bundy had a number of these to the max.
So the 5 indisputably psychopathic traits were those related to antagonism, callousness, manipulativeness, dishonesty, arrogance, and cruelty. Yeager, Bond, and Holmes didn't show these traits.
The competing law firm.
So they
Hello.
They're licensed in your state. The other guys aren't. So they can't be described as psychopaths, according to the team. These 3 men have been mistakenly identified as psychopathic in the past simply because of their fearlessness, boldness, assertiveness, and dominance, traits found in but not exclusive to psychopaths. I'd never known that they were considered to be under that umbrella. Chuck Yeager and Sherlock Holmes, even though it's fictional.
But think about what would take, again, there is a level of fearlessness that allows someone to, hey, this guy at work, I'm going to chop him up and cook his body in a crock pot.
Right.
The same person might say, hey, you know what? I'm going to try to climb this mountain, or I'm going to, there's a similar, I wouldn't say cavalier, but there's an attitude that allows them to do that.
A fearlessness of some sort. So, yeah, they the study said that Yeager, Bond, and Holmes, the law firm,
365 days a year, anytime, day or night. And Yeager, Bond, and Holmes, we answer the phone.
Are also heroes, although the hero and psychopath are, this is what they said, are twigs from the same branch.
Uh-huh.
From this perspective, the hero and psychopath may not represent twigs from the same branch, but entirely independent branches.
It's a great Miley Cyrus song.
Anyhow, Yeager was the least psychopathic person out of the 6. He only showed thrill-seeking and low anxiousness.
What did they say about his murdering old women?
They didn't. I think they left that out of the study, which is that seems like a mistake.
That seems like something you'd want to include.
Yeah, so thought that was pretty interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah. All right, we got time for a little bit more. How about, hang on, I have a number of things we could go to. I like this one. Does the role you played in your family as a child shape how you behave as an adult? And I'm talking about birth order.
Yeah.
Okay, like the middle child syndrome, things of that nature.
Yes. Psychology experts break down some of these roles, saying the hero or perfect child is likely to be, that's you, likely to be the firstborn.
So you have an interesting dynamic. You were the first and the last child in your home.
Yes. That's no. First and last. No. Like, what are you talking about?
How would you do that?
No. Especially the firstborn female, all right, is likely to be the hero or perfect child. Are you the oldest?
I am the oldest.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're
you
the
mean
hero.
within the family?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, within the
definitely.
nuclear family.
But
yeah.
sometimes it's been said that sometimes the chronology of the births doesn't establish who, in fact, would be the middle child. Am I correct on that?
Oh, I don't know.
In other words, there are attributes that establish?
No, this
Is
goes
just a bunch of hooey and hokum?
No, this goes specifically chronologically.
Okay.
So, by the way, let's describe Kathy again, the hero or perfect child.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Firstborn, especially firstborn female, is an overachieving child.
I support this research.
Given high amounts of praise and positive attention for their success.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, the next sentence, seldom is it warranted.
But the hero child risks becoming dependent on success in the future, meaning that they have a huge fear of failure and carry more responsibility than necessary.
Oh,
this
my
child
God,
is
yeah.
prone to wearing outlandish ruffles.
No,
Yes.
Oh my God. Some of the responses, by the way, that we're posting on social media are
Marissa
good.
posted on Instagram Kathy's outfit today, and people are posting comparisons as to what it looks like. It's unique.
That's great.
No, but I was wait. Read that last sentence.
Okay,
I'll tell you what I was gonna say.
yes, that you have a huge fear of failure and carry more responsibility than necessary.
Okay, carrying more responsibility. Not a huge fear of failure, but carrying responsibility. Like people will say to me, you create the issue of carrying that responsibility when it could be sent out to some other people, but like
delegating is an issue for you.
Yeah, like I will carry it, and I bring it. A lot of it I bring upon myself.
Yes,
to carry the responsibility of everything.
I can see that though. But if you've been trained throughout your life to early on to be the person who does that, to be the person who looks after your younger siblings, that would be a logical progression.
And they'll look to me and be like, kind of like we'll go on vacation,
right.
and they'll look to me and be like, "What are we doing now?
Oh, really?
What are we having for dinner?
Okay.
Where are we going?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And at some point, I've taken that on for so long that how could I all of a sudden be like, "Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
You take care of it." You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, it's why I stopped vacationing at the Jersey Shore, like my vacation, because I was there so much. They looked to me for everything. Well, what's the next activity? Where are we going? What are we doing? And I was like, this isn't vacation for me.
Yeah.
Like,
Do you
I
think
want
you're
to
working?
Go away where we're all going somewhere to vacation, and they don't think they're coming to
Right.
my home.
How wild is it that you are now, as the activities guru, you're basically doing that for countless people?
Well, and here's the thing too. Like, I have to constantly be doing that. I have to constantly be doing an activity or something. You know, I like to have that, be busy with that.
It's interesting,
even if it's on vacation.
Yeah.
So that's also a reason why I probably took that on.
So now the peacekeeper or caretaker role is most likely to be a middle child, and is a child who, quote, assumes an adult role by acting as a mediator between other members of the family. Is this you, Casey?
Yeah, I'm totally the adult.
Okay.
But I do mediate quite a bit.
But you are the middle child, right?
I am the middle child. I also was just assumed that the middle child is the attention seeker as well.
Well, it says in adulthood, peacekeepers can become people pleasers that avoid conflict. And so that's all it says on that one. Another role could be the scapegoat, most often the youngest or second born, and is the opposite of the hero child.
Okay, so you are the youngest and the second born, Preston.
Yes, I am.
Is the scapegoat usually the sibling who's not in the room at the time?
I don't know. It says they have issues fitting in or relating to their family members and can often get blamed for problems that have nothing to do with them. As an adult, they are likely to develop positive traits such as being highly conscientious and resilient, but they are also more likely to attract toxic friendships or abusive relationships and may be more likely to self-sabotage.
So you're the youngest. Nick, you're the oldest.
I'm the oldest of three
Kathy,
boys.
you're the oldest. In case you're the middle, I'm the middle.
All right, so yeah, but does that describe you really? That doesn't
run it by
describe
me again.
my middle
Yeah,
brother
this doesn't
at
really
all.
describe me. So the scapegoat, most often the youngest or second born, is the opposite of the hero child. Or do you want me to go back to the middle?
Go to the middle.
All right, so the peacekeeper or caretaker, most likely to be a middle child, and is a child who assumes an adult role by acting as a mediator between other members of the family.
I'm a peacekeeper. I will try to mediate and intercede.
Yeah, then that's what that is.
Yeah, so that does make
Between
sense.
other family members?
I try to tamp down volatile situations. I will face conflict head on. I don't like it. I don't know who does like conflict, but I tend to try to move away from it when I can.
We had a family situation not that long ago where there was a bit of a crisis, right? And it was really interesting to me because I'm the oldest to see how I responded, how my brother, and then how my brothers responded.
Right.
My youngest brother, Josh, sprung into action. My middle brother, Adam, was terrified and scared and upset by the whole thing. And I was just like, okay, I got to process this. Like I got to
call Kathy.
I got to call Kathy to see what activities are available.
In my area.
No, it was three.
Where can I go to make a scarecrow?
Three very distinct responses to the same situation, right? And that was a personality difference between the three of us, and we're pretty close. We talk almost every day.
What's the biggest age gap?
7 years total.
Okay.
So Adam's 4 years younger than me, and Josh is 7 years younger than me. So it's
you're all in the same ballpark.
We're relatively close, but to this one particular thing, we all responded very differently.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. This whole thing is interesting. I'm not relating to any of these, and I made a self-observation last night that I think I'm the only person here whose parents hate each other. Well, nobody has parents.
Ask my mom on a particular day.
No, my parents.
Like they don't talk to each other, right?
Oh my God, for decades.
Still to this day, they can't be in the same room, right?
Oh God, no.
Yeah, that's much different.
Yeah.
Who hates who more, do you think?
It's pretty. They pretty much.
Listen, they both
pretty
work
much
hard
wanna
at it.
Kill each
They
other.
do the work.
Yeah.
When they're on the phone, I hate you more. No, I hate you more.
You hang up
I
first.
hate you more.
You hate me first.
You're not schmoopy.
What? Wait. So did you said the middle child? Was there like a youngest child, or was that
Yeah.
just that next thing you said?
So let's move on here. So meanwhile, the compliant or / lost child is most likely to be a middle child and is overlooked or ignored by the family. So that's another one.
So a middle
for the middle child.
Huh.
Retreats from conflict and will often spend a lot of time alone or make deep connections with pets.
That's me, man.
As an adult, yeah, but you said you will take on conflict.
Yes, I will.
Yeah,
when I
so
have to.
as
I'll
an-
be a champion of the people. I'm the champion this city needs.
As an adult,
Really shooting your own horn over there.
As an adult, they are likely to be fiercely independent and good problem solvers, but lack decent social skills and tend to have higher chances of mental health issues like anxiety or depression.
Is that middle again?
And then finally, that's middle.
Okay.
So here's the youngest child. Finally, the mascot
Yeah.
is most likely to be the youngest child.
Christopher?
Oh my God, you have no idea.
Oh, really?
Oh God.
Viewed as funny
Sickening.
and lighthearted.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 100%.
Well, that's Casey over here, right?
Yeah, but I have a younger
And
brother.
Kevin, too.
Yeah.
He's kind of,
Yeah.
he's goofy fun, right?
Yeah, he can be. I mean,
Yeah.
he's also pretty serious as well.
See, but again, I've always heard middle is middle a lot of times because will be the ebullient sort of
goofball.
funny goofball.
Yeah. Casey, who's the biggest goofball in your family? Is it you or is it Kevin?
Probably me.
And then who's the most serious?
Dave?
Man, I don't know.
My older brother Gene is the serious one.
Okay.
Yeah.
My younger brother Tom, who my older brother Gene was out at 9 years difference between he and myself, and my brother was at the age where my younger brother Tom, I could sort of build him the way I wanted to.
Oh, right.
And but he is
sculpted him.
Yeah, but he has a very good sense of humor. But he also he does his own thing.
Right.
Yeah, he's his own man.
I try to, like, when you ask that question, I'm trying to take my sibling out of their position, out of their job, their career, because they all have like pretty serious careers. And like, all right, so when we're at the dinner table, like, who is the most? I would probably say my younger brother is the most serious.
But Case, you're the second youngest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So technically, you could be seen as the youngest child because there's 4 of you.
I'm the middle. I'm the younger middle.
You're the younger
My
middle.
older brother is the older middle.
Right. So you could go either way with this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. In a situation like that,
But I
there's
will
no-
say, like, I do, and we were talking about this yesterday. Like, I get a lot of like people. I don't want to say a lot, but people will call me or ask me their advice about conflicts. Hey, how should I I got
members?
This, yeah, well, family. You like, my buddy like called me around Christmas time. He goes, man, like, what am I supposed to do here? What would you do? What do you recommend I do about, because with COVID and the Omicron variant and like and how people feel about.
I just saw Chuck Yeager murder a woman.
What do I do? But I'm like, why do people ask my advice on this stuff? Like, I have no idea, like, what I have.
Well, you're caring, and that whether you're dispensing good advice,
You
or
give
not,
good advice, Casey.
Yeah.
And you're very empathetic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You do.
Just call me pathetic.
Yeah, you're really pathetic.
So pathetic.
No, but you have a pretty simple way of you give good straight ahead advice.
And
I
think it's because
on a stick.
Not that.
Well, that could work.
Not simple like that.
I like to chew on a stick.
And when it gets a little soggy, you just flip the stick around. Right.
That's the beauty. Get another stick.
But I think ultimately my my goal is to be as less confrontational as possible, right? Sometimes confrontation is just inevitable.
Part of life.
Right? But if you can avoid it and also while not feeling like a doormat.
There are people who actively seek that. I don't understand people who everything always has to be about conflict and contention. That's no way to live.
Right.
I don't like to hang out with people who are like they say, the ball busters and stuff. Who wants that?
But there's another kind of conflict. There's also debate, and some people are really good at that. I don't like to do that. You know what I mean? And some people thrive on that. They love that. You know, they love to make their
debate.
case.
Well, when you joined night before I go to sleep.
No, that's master.
Oh,
yeah.
When you went to your school and you joined the debate team, the scuba team, the boosters.
By the way, speaking of that, and I do have a Brady Bunch thing here, but let me finish this first real quick. So the mascot, most likely to be the youngest child, viewed as funny and lighthearted. As an adult, the mascot is focused on themselves and uses humor to cover serious, unresolved issues. That's me.
Okay.
That's definitely me. I would be the mascot. Okay, back to the Brady Bunch for just a second. Do you remember the episode where Jan, they were having a family member, and it was like her cousin, it was an older woman.
Who looked like her?
Who was supposed to, the word was because of their lineage, Jan would eventually look like her.
Yeah.
And she was kind of goofy looking.
Yes.
Or Jan felt that way.
But she
or
turned
thought
out
that
to be
she was
wonderful.
ugly.
Right.
But she ended up being a fun-loving, traveling, living life. Yeah, Marissa.
Imogene Coco,
Japanese food.
the mother from, I believe it was the mother from National Lampoon Vacation.
Okay,
wasn't that? Yeah, Imogene Coco, I think was the relative, and she had this incredible life. And then Jan kills her with a ball peen hammer.
Right.
Wow, I didn't remember.
But in hindsight, I was thinking about that episode the other day, and I'm like, man. What is that all about? I don't remember ever hearing the story that a certain family member, because of the lineage, we were supposed to end up looking like or being like.
Well,
You know
I
what
remember
mean?
they looked uncannily similar. Her younger picture looked like Jan.
Is that what it was?
That's what it was. So she looked a lot like Jan, and so when Jan met her, it's like, holy hell, you're a pig.
Because I thought they had referenced some kind of like, she was your twin cousin or something like that, or some type of thing.
Unless I'm misremembering, I think it was a photo that made her believe that she wanted to see what she would look like. And then once she realized the full life this woman had led.
Oh, that's Aunt Edna. Okay.
Is that who that is?
Yeah.
Aunt Edna from...
The First Vacation. That's what you said.
Yes.
And I was trying to figure out who that was. Okay.
Imogene Coco, she was on the great Your Shows with Sid Caesar. Great comedian.
Yeah.
Steve, what is the...
Horribly ugly woman.
Just a train wreck, honestly. Why she wasn't aborted.
No, I don't know why.
She was great.
Steve, I'm sorry. What are the age differences with you and your brothers?
9 for me to my older brother, Gene. Wow. My older brother, Gene, is 9 years, and it's 6 between my brother, Tom, and myself.
Wow, that's a couple of big breaks there.
Well, my mother had a few miscarriages.
Okay.
So, and so that's how it ended up that way.
Right. Okay. Well, anyhow, Just Saying Institute, there is apparently some roles that you may, that are traits that you may fall into depending on your lineage.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Where in your birth.
But I also think, and I know you're closing up shop here, but I also think...
That Aunt Jenny's hot?
No, I definitely don't think that. No, but I think as far as the ages between you and your siblings probably also plays a factor into that as well.
It sure does.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I would think so. All right, and with that, we're closing up campus, and we're going to shut it down. And
you going to go on the flume?
The poutine gravy flume? How can I not? It's brand new. It's open. It's ready for business. So jump in and soak in the gravy. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. Secret text word, tickets to Black Crows in Atlantic City. So get on that now. It's in July.
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
I don't think anybody, Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to it seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you gotta help me out here, man. Personal best. I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
Magical. Yeah. So, Kathy's gonna knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob, Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but we do have
another groundhog here I can share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his jam?
I think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. Boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shadow.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls, kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages. Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
I have to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you,
Absolutely,
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow!
I mean,
it's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
Yeah.
Yes,
Sadly.
and that's what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not really.
I
think it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary
looks like an Amber Alert in the making.
He sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's good. Everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263. WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now.
Mhm.
All right.
No, 8.
Not
No,
10.
8.
No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
doing 8? Come on.
I'm sorry. 8
Which
because
one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album. Hey, we got crooked teeth. Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. It's got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
He looks good.
Oh,
Yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, how it goes, right? So right here, we got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio two gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know? And the great Artie Lang is here.
I haven't seen you in so long. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky. That is
Boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed. You know, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, you know, that can be said of any lifestyle.
Right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be
show.
funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah,
and you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to you're starting out in comedy. My question is, you're a practitioner, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Jed, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture. Okay.
We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories, you know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up, there's more stakes, you're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
It's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's impossible.
But he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this, and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
That was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah. So that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do?
A little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I love Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. There's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
Doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right. Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's really on the professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut. You'll
I think that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have
first
to
time
be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different?" What's the reason we suck now?
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, "Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about." And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't, it kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast a real guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn. Man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian because, I mean, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. You know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
Today's National Meatball Day. Found that out this morning. You know what? And we'll do. Well, Marissa pulled. This is the last second thing. She pulled some movie clips that mention meatball. And so we have a couple of prizes to give away, so we can take a few calls and maybe play some clips for you. But here's, you know what I realized while we're teeing this up is the movie Meatballs.
Yeah. They never mention meatballs.
They never mention meatballs in that movie.
They mention meatballs. I just realized this in Passion of the Christ.
No way. All right, well, let me mark that clip off. We're going to play that. But
you're right. In a movie called Meatballs, and I think in Meatballs, too.
So why, which leads me to the question, why was the movie named Meatballs?
Are the kids basically a little meatball?
I don't know. I mean, it was about a camp.
Yeah.
Or does a meatball mean an idiot? Or, you know, because they're they kind of play
I've
off
heard
of
it as
people
a
being goofy and dumb.
pejorative.
I don't know. Why would that
It's never explained why the movie is titled Meatballs.
Do you like...
Except Meatball in general is a silly person.
Okay.
Are you a meatball fan?
I love meatballs.
Yes. Oh, my God.
I love them. And sometimes, like if I'm at an Italian restaurant, and sometimes I want to order spaghetti and meatballs, but it just seems like such a child thing to order. You know what I mean?
I do it all the time. Well, I'll do a bolognese, which is like a crushed up meatball.
Right, it's not, but the ball itself, the meatball, and there's some I've had that I've been like, wow.
Oh,
it's so good. And if you get them in their tender, as opposed to like the more hard ones, you know,
yummy. A lot of times, like you go to a real Italian place, you're going to get some huge effing meatballs,
Right.
and it's like the pasta's like an afterthought,
like a burger size, like a third of a pound of meat is a meatball.
Preston just reminded me of the meatballs at Revel, and Revel's not around
Revel
anymore.
Casino?
Yeah. I remember having a meatball sandwich there, and I'm like, holy crap.
That's what I was going to say. So I would much prefer a meatball sandwich than spaghetti meatballs. I do like spaghetti meatballs, but a meatball, like a good meatball sandwich.
Oh my
is
God!
the best.
I'm with you, I used to live on that. I forget what school I was going to at the time, but believe it or not, the school cafeteria made killer meatball sandwiches.
I have an issue with meatball sandwiches, however, no, they're delicious.
Yeah.
But sometimes not contained within the bread. And they spill out too easily and too quickly.
Well, you need a proper configuration.
You do.
Too much sauce can kill it.
Too much sauce or too much circumference on said meatball.
Nick, I have a trick for you, Nick.
All right.
Cut the meatballs.
Yeah,
up.
you got to cut the meatballs.
I got another trick for you, Nick. Scoop the bread.
Yeah.
Scoop the bread. It creates a track that the
I mean, the reality is
like a ball return at a bowling alley.
I appreciate that, but I do miss the bread that you're missing out on in the sandwich.
Too much.
Right.
No,
because the bread is part of the sandwich.
You feed birds.
Well, afterwards,
Yeah,
you could
but screw
use
the
the
birds.
bread to dip up the excess sauce that drips from the meatball
Oh,
sandwich.
right.
But honestly, if you're having that issue with the meatball sandwich that you put together, then you're the issue, and then the meatball sandwich is not the issue.
You need to go somewhere.
Right. Now, if somebody prepares the meatball sandwich for you, then that's...
He mentioned the number one mistake, though, too much sauce.
Yeah, it gets way
I don't care
too messy.
what kind of bread you're going to use. Eventually, you're going to end up paying for it. That's why I'm fine if it's a proper meatball. And I think you might agree with me this on Casey. It can be a little crispy on the outside.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Right?
I think Swedish meatballs can be that way.
Yeah.
But I
Crispy?
prefer Italian meatballs to be
Right.
just moist all the way around.
Moist. Right. My wife makes great meatballs, and she has perfected her meatball recipe.
Her meatball game.
Her meatball game is she's an all-pro.
It's fire.
And so, and I've talked about this before, but leftover meatballs, the best thing you can do is you chop them up, you microwave them a little bit to get them warm, and then you make a meatball grilled cheese sandwich. You're welcome, guys.
Interesting.
I'll tell you, there's so many applications of meatballs. Italian wedding soup has meatballs in it.
Yep.
Little
I
tiny
do love
meatballs.
that soup.
I love that soup.
Yep.
It's the only soup you can put ketchup on. Occasionally, if the meatballs are big enough.
What?
Yeah.
Ketchup? Put ketchup on
Oh, yeah.
Italian wedding
That's the
soup?
old style Italian way.
I have never
That's
heard
what
of
the
that before.
Pope does.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know the Pope did that.
Are you familiar with ketchup on a...
No.
Okay, all right.
No,
Italian
no,
wedding
no.
soup.
Yeah.
Occasionally. Yeah.
Okay. No. I will say this. My neighbors down the street, she made the worst meatballs ever. Oh my God.
They were ball bearings.
They were horrible.
Okay.
And I was just so disappointed because at that point I love meatballs, and basically the only meatballs I ever knew were my mom's meatballs, and so I just assumed that they were going to be great. They were. I couldn't even finish the first bite.
Why?
The sauce was terrible. The consistency of the meat was terrible.
And they were made out of
Was
poop.
it too hard?
They were made.
Was the meatball too firm?
No. It just like everything about it. It was like there was nothing redeeming about said meatball.
I'll tell you where it's. To me, it's funny because there's a tightrope. If you're going to do it like a meatball that has pork in it, sausage in it as well. With
It should.
Right.
Yeah, should have veal, pork, and
If
beef.
you can do a full straight up, I like the quotient to be the same, so that there's not one overpowering taste. I want the meatball to taste more like the meat than the pork.
I've never really gone at making meatballs. I need to do. I mean, I have made them, but I haven't really researched and gone, what makes a great meatball a great meatball.
The recipe that's dispensed, it's a classic clip from The Godfather when he's telling you want to know how to make, you know how to make your pasta and meatballs. Yeah.
So I have a friend who has gluten issues and will from time to time eat a piece of cake and go, I don't care, it's freaking worth it, right? And so I feel
those are meatballs?
Well, with meatballs, it gives me acid reflux.
Oh.
And not every time, but I would probably say 66% of the time.
Is it the meatballs or the sauce?
It's the sauce.
It's the
but
sauce.
like you have to have the sauce with the meatball.
I don't think so.
You just eat some Tums afterwards.
I do. So, well, no, Tums
Put some
doesn't
Tums
do
in
it
the
for me.
sandwich.
You guys ever go to Anthony's Coal-Fired Pizza? There's a few of them in the area. Yeah, so they have
there's one in Bluebell, I think, right?
I'm not sure. There's one in Wayne. That's the one that I've been to, and there's a couple other ones as well. But they have meatball pizza, which I enjoy.
Okay.
And they also have stuffed meatballs, like stuffed with cheese and like a cheese. Yeah, that's
like
pretty
that.
delicious.
All right, and we got to mention Meatball U,
Yeah,
Kathy's
Meatball U.
cousin's place in Westchester.
Yep, on High Street in Westchester. He opened right before the pandemic, unfortunately, and then they had to shut down. And so he's really been busting his butt to get this back up and running. But actually just a quick little story about it. So his stepfather, who was my uncle, it's his recipe. He has since passed away, but my uncle Rich Quintano he was a chef. I mean, he made some of the most delicious food you would have ever eaten. And this recipe, the sauce recipe, is his. And so my cousin always wanted to open up a restaurant with just meatballs and use his recipe. And sure enough, he did. And so
Is it just the one style meatball that?
No, oh God, no.
Oh, no,
He has every meatball you can possibly think of. And you can get pasta and, bread, garlic bread, all of that with it. But the one thing that they were talking about on Fox is if you go with, a pot and a lid from home, he has a deal where you can just, he'll fill your pot with meatballs so that you can go home, you can just warm them up. And
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Does he call it gravy or sauce?
You know what? I don't know what he calls it.
Oh, you better have it than I ain't seen it.
I'm going to say sauce because we all call it.
That's not the right answer.
Is it the right answer? I don't know.
No,
I
yes,
forget.
it is.
Hang on, I want to go to David. He wants to talk about the movie Meatballs. Hi, David. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, sir. What's up, man?
Meatballs is actually mentioned in the film. It's a throwaway line, but it's when they're playing tennis and the fatter character thinks that the nerd is going to get the ball.
Oh, okay.
And
So
he says, "I
Spaz
thought you
and
said you had it, Meatball."
Okay.
Oh, all right.
All
So that
right.
I guess that's the reason to name the movie Meatballs.
Throwaway.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Jesus.
And apparently there's a Rick Dees song called Meatballs. I guess it's the title track.
Meatballs.
I didn't know that was Rick Dees.
Yeah, I didn't know.
He's had a whole bunch of
Thanks,
knowledge, like
David.
Disco Duck.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear the meatball in Meatballs?
Sure. Yeah, here you go.
Here comes. I got it. It's mine! Get it! Get it!
I remember this scene.
Come on! Glove it! Glove it! Shot it! I got it! Thought you said you had it, meatball. Well, then you serve then.
All right.
So
all
using
right.
it as an idiot.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, listen, we have other clips from movies that mention meatballs, and we have some prizes to give away. We'll try out on them. We got Scream on digital that we can give away, and I don't know. Casey's going to give me some other. We might throw some beer in there. We'll see.
Yeah, I think I have one case left of the Troganator.
Right, listen, we'll try 4 or 5 of these. That's all that we have as far as prizes go. But 215-263-WMMR will play a clip from a movie that mentions meatball, and you can identify the movie. You can end up winning. And now, Nick, let's talk about the raisins for a moment.
All right.
Do you like raisins?
Your mom does put raisins in her meatballs?
Yes, and this was her grandmother's recipe. My mom is half Italian and half Irish, and she inherited her Italian cooking skills from her Italian grandmother, and her Italian grandmother put raisins in the meatballs for flavoring, and my dad doesn't like it. So anytime my mom makes meatballs, my mom makes 2 sets of meatballs, which is really caring of her. She'll make meatballs with and without raisins.
I've had you put them in.
She made them in.
I thought they were quite good with the raisins.
I like them too. I prefer without. That's my own personal taste, so I sort of err on the same side as my dad. But it's an interesting taste, and there is a little bit of flavor that seeps in the meatball because of the raisin.
You're going to make them a little sweeter, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
My mom always made meatballs with green peppers and onions, and my brother hated those, so she had to, Nick as well, she had to make a separate pot of meatballs for my little brother.
Without the peppers?
Without the peppers and onions.
And onions.
Yeah, plain
Oh,
old.
you need the onions, man.
Yeah.
That's a big part
My
of the
wife
flavor.
doesn't put onions in her meatballs.
No, she's missing out. Do you like onions?
I'm not like a huge fan.
Yeah. When you cook them down, they're mainly sweet.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what they add to.
You got
sweet balls.
Sweet balls.
You have to saute them first?
The onions?
Yeah.
I believe so.
And then put them in the meatballs?
Listen,
I would.
No, you know what? Don't quote me on that.
All right.
I don't think you do. But like I said, I'm not a meatball maker. You know, get off my back.
Are they best when cooked with a road flare?
No, probably not.
All right, here's a text. The secret to making really good moist meatballs is to put enough eggs, a little milk, and you have to use bread and make crumbs, not quite crumbs, a little bit bigger pieces.
Oh, that's what my mom does.
Yes.
If you use little crumbs, it won't be as moist. It should almost seem too moist, but they come out great every time. I add minced onion, garlic, fresh only, and have can add whatever else, but use little pieces of bread, not crumbs.
I think the last time
that makes sense.
my wife made a whole batch of meatballs. Sounds like that's what she did. They were really good.
You know, meatballs is one of the only things that my mom can. I get my cooking ability from my mother, and so that's one of the only things that she can cook is meatballs. She can make a great sauce, and it's because before my Italian grandmother passed away.
Please tell me something.
She taught her. She was like,
really?
"You're gonna take care of my son. Here, you got to at least learn how to do this."
Right.
You know, Chuck brought up a great point about the universal love for meatballs as opposed to the almost universal hate for meatloaf. And I'm not a huge fan of meatloaf. And my mom's meatballs and meatloaf were they were essentially the same thing. But what it really boiled down to
I want to rub it.
was which sauce she used. And I didn't care for the tomato paste stuff that she used on the meatloaf.
So again, I'm going to defy convention here. I don't necessarily need that paste on the meatloaf. Meatloaf to me, in all the variations, I love it overcooked. I like it undercooked. I like it. Meatloaf is sensation. And when somebody makes a really good meatloaf, oh my God!
Now that tomato paste on there, you can put it on all sides of the meatloaf.
Really?
On the individual slices. I love it.
Love that.
Love it. It's like
Steve,
a sweet tomato flavor.
We never had it with that paste either, and I always hated it.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with the paste. I do like the paste, but I can eat it absolutely sans paste, no problem. How about a meatloaf sandwich?
I had a great idea too. You take the Corporalese tomato pie filling and put that on a meatloaf. Yum.
How about you just leave it on the tomato pie?
Yum.
Call me a bitch.
Yeah, I was wrong. My
It's
wife.
not your recipe.
My wife uses minced onions in her meatballs. So
She does use onions.
yeah. Just
Okay.
not onions, but minced onions. It's the
Not
same
onion
thing.
onions.
Well, I mean,
They're
she's not
just chopped
chopping
small.
them.
Chopped up.
No, they become something completely different.
Casey.
Well, no,
Don't worry, you're still right. It's okay.
She's not chopping the onions herself. She's using the minced onion like flakes. Do you know what I mean?
She's using
dried
the dried
minced
dried
onions?
minced onions. Yeah, I think
Well, that would work.
she's going to correct me if I'm wrong.
Those are still onions.
I know.
All right. We're going to see if somebody knows these clips that we have to play. So they're all meatball related. Today's National Meatball Day. I'm going to go to Corey. Hey, Corey. Gadzooks, Corey. All right. So this is more just movie knowledge, but more specifically, meatball movie knowledge. Let's see if you know this movie clip, okay?
All right.
Here we go.
Now, please take a bite so that I can watch you enjoy. That's my favorite part.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go with the right one. That looks good. That's a good meatball. That's a good meatball.
Oh my God.
Do you know what movie that is, Corey?
I have no idea.
Thank you. Sorry, man. All right, we'll go over to Jay. I had a feeling this is going to happen. Hey, Jay. Snarf, snarf. All right, Jay, do you need to hear the meatball clip again?
I do not. That's the wedding singer.
You got it. Yep, absolutely correct. All right. I'm going to give you Scream on digital. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. And it stars Nev Campbell, David Arquette, and Courtney Cox. Scream is certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Critics called 100% terrifying. You can buy it on digital today and get killer bonus content available at participating retailers rated R from Paramount Pictures. So I love that. That's good meatball. All right, we'll go to Alan next and try one out. Good morning, Alan.
It's Alana, I think.
Are you there? Oh, Alana? Alana.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I didn't realize you were going to come. I was going to comment about the meatballs, but I'll still play.
Yeah, let's play. Okay. But by the way, what did you want to share about meatballs first?
My mom, she would slow cook them, but she would add grape jelly to the sauce when she slow cooked them.
Okay.
Kind of probably similar to like how the raisins.
I'm
add some sweetness to it.
I'm intrigued. So grape jelly. I'm intrigued by that. Interesting.
All right, let's try out on this meatball clip. You ready to try it?
Yeah, sure.
All right, Alana, here we go.
Right around that corner, there is a sandwich shop. They sell meatball sandwiches. Best I've ever tasted. Would you go get me two? Come on, partner. Two.
Utah, give me two.
All right, that is a classic meatball line. Alana, you probably don't know it, though, do you?
I don't. I could barely hear it.
It's more of a dude movie anyway. All right, thank you, Alana. I'm going to go next to Craig. Hey, Craig.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thank you, Craig. All right, you need the meatball line again, or are you good?
I do not. I believe it's Point Break.
And you're correct. The great Gary Busey and his meatball moment. Craig, hang on the line a second. We are going to give you Scream on digital with Nev Campbell, David Arquette, and Courtney Cox. And hang on the line. We'll get your information and set you up. We will go next to Michael. Hey, Michael.
Hi, Mike.
Oh.
Michael, it's National Meatball Day. You ready for a meatball clip?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Casey, cue one up for me.
Give me a ball.
I'm going to put you on hold. Let's try this one out. Here we go.
Come on, Booty, watch your head. Watch it move out. Feel like a meatball in here. Okay, let's go find the chicks.
Yeah. Oh, that's tough.
That is a tough one just because it was so noisy.
Yeah, it's hard to hear what they're saying.
Let me see. Michael, did you hear the clip?
Yeah, I heard it. I got no clue.
All right. Thanks anyway, man. All right. We'll try Adam out on that one. Hey, Adam.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy. All right, did you hear that clip or do you need it again?
One more time.
All right, hang on. Putting you on hold. Here's a clip. Listen closely. There's a lot of noise in this soundtrack or in this clip. Here.
Come on, Booty, watch your head. Watch it move out. Feel like a meatball in here. Okay, let's go find the chicks. Yeah.
All right, 2-1. Well, I don't need to give the number because he's already on the line. Adam, any idea?
I was hoping for Wedding Crashers' Mom the Meatloaf. No, I do not know what that one is.
All right, well, we're doing meatballs, not meatloaf,
Yeah,
so we wouldn't
that's
play that
tomorrow's
one. But thanks.
contest.
Anyway, yeah, tomorrow's National Meatloaf Day. We'll do one more, and if we don't get a winner on this clip, we'll move on to another one. I'll go to Ruth. Hi there, Ruth.
Hi.
Hi. It's National Meatball Day. Did you hear that clip, or do you want to hear it again?
Can I hear it again, please?
Yep, hang on. Listen closely.
Come on, Booty, watch your head. Watch it move out. Feel like a meatball in here. Okay, let's go find the chicks. Yeah.
I've seen that movie 100 times. I don't remember ever hearing that meatball line
I'm
before.
completely lost.
We'll go to Ruth. All right, Ruth, any idea?
I'm trying. Goodfellas.
No, not good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nice, Ruth, by the way. It's Grease.
Yeah.
And I assume that's when they're heading into the dance?
I think so. I don't know.
No, Marissa's making gestures. What is it?
It's when they sneak everybody into the drive-in theater. They pop out of the trunk, and he goes, "Move over. Get out
right.
here, meatball."
Got it. All right. That was a tough one. All right, let's try again. We're going to go to Mike next. Yo, Mike.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Mike, we have a fresh one. You ready to play?
Yep.
All right, let's see if we can identify this meatball. Here we go.
No more cockamamie cigar smoke. No more Swedish meatballs there, Tootsie.
All right.
Oh, man.
All right, let's go back to Mike. Mike, do you know what that is? I'll give you a clue. It was filmed here in Philadelphia.
Oh, Trading Places.
Yes! Well done. Hang on a second, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Am I giving him this? Yeah. I'm going to give him a case of Troganator Double Bock. The Troganator Double Bock is a beer for people who love beer, layered with notes of smooth caramel, stone fruit, and fresh toasted grains. You can enjoy the Choganator at Food and Friends at 1933 Spruce Street in Philadelphia. So we'll go to our next caller, which is Paige. Hey there, Paige.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. All right, National Meatball Day. Can you identify this clip? Hang on the line, and we'll play this for you. Here we go.
You start out with a little bit of oil, and you fry some garlic. Then you throw in some tomatoes, some tomato paste. You fry it. You make sure it doesn't stick. Got it to a boil. You shove in all your sausage and your meatballs, and a little bit of wine, a little bit of sugar, and that's my trick.
All right, and there you go. That's the clip. What movie is that from, Paige?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
No.
All right. I have to take away your movie viewer card for not knowing that.
That's
one.
a classic.
All right, Steve, are you there?
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Steve, you need it again, or do you know?
No, I know. That's the Godfather.
Yes, it is, of course. Clemenza's recipe. Hang on a second, Steve. We're going to give you Scream on digital, and it's certified fresh, Rotten Tomatoes. And critics call it 100% terrifying. You can get it on digital today and extra bonus content.
Speaking of Godfather, when is that series that is based on the creation of the movie The Godfather?
Good question.
It's acted.
Yeah.
It's not a documentary. There's countless ones of those. When is that series premiere? We need to find out.
Yeah. We will go next to David. We got one left. Last one.
Last
All right.
meatball.
David, you there?
I'm here.
All right, David, we have a final meatball clip to play, and let's go with this one. Here we go.
Vinny was in charge of the tomato sauce.
Ah, got the smell. Got three kinds of meat in the meatballs.
What'd you
got
put in
the
it?
veal, beef, and pork.
Ah, good, but you gotta have the pork.
Oh, that's the flavor.
I felt he used too many onions, but it was still a very good sauce.
All right, we will see if David... I hung up on him!
Whoa!
What do I do?
I think we got to drive the prize over to his house.
Dave. I did hang up on him, didn't I? Son of a bitch.
Call back and hold up a newspaper so we know it's you.
All right, well, I'll take another guess, and if Dave calls in, we'll give him... What?
No, give him a couple of seconds here because the lines are open. He might be able to get through.
All right.
In the meantime, the name of that show, Steve, is called The Offer.
The Offer.
The streaming series. Yeah, and it starts on April 28th, and it'll be starring Miles Teller.
All right, looking forward to it.
Paramount Plus.
All right, and when is it coming out again? I'm sorry?
April 28th.
All right, April
which
28th.
is a day before MMR's birthday.
Oh,
and I think that's probably why they did
They
it.
tied it in.
Yeah.
Why don't you go inside with that series?
All right, you know what we can do for fun, since we're going to wait for Dave? Play a different meatball clip
All right.
and see if you guys can identify it. All right, you ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Wait a minute, I know. You're working for Little Bo Peep. She's lost a sheep, and you're gonna help her find him. Get this straight, meatball. I don't work for Jones.
Oh, wow, I could never get that.
No.
It's a kid's movie, isn't it?
Kind of. I know what this is now. Is that The Mask?
No.
That's not The Mask.
Is it Roger Rabbit?
That's Roger Rabbit.
Yeah. I don't work for tunes, he said.
I didn't catch that part.
Nice.
Bob Hoskins?
Yeah.
All right, play another one here.
There you go.
All right, here we go.
In your experience, was Sonny a good father to Julian?
Oh, yes. They make terrific pair. They went together like lamb and tuna fish.
Lamb and tuna fish?
Maybe you like spaghetti and meatball? Be more comfortable with that analogy?
Movie?
Big Daddy.
Yeah, well done. And I think that's the only ones we have, right?
There's one more.
All right, hang on. Here we go.
On top of spaghetti, all covered in ice. Somebody.
Austin Powers?
Yeah.
Which one?
A second?
No.
It's the third. It's Fat Bastard.
Gold member.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Gold member. So, all right.
Fat Bastards in 2 and 3, right?
Listen, Dave never called in.
All right.
Or if that's not Dave on hold, is that Dave on hold? Then I'm going to the next caller to identify
right.
that.
Sorry, Dave.
What was the first clip we played?
This one right here.
Maybe he didn't know it.
Oh.
So here's, all right, Carl, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Did Dave know it?
All right. Hot Carl, Let's see if you know this clip.
Vinny was in charge of the tomato sauce.
Ah, got the smell. That treat, the kinds of meat in the meatballs.
What'd you put in it?
Veal, beef, and pork.
Ah, good, but you gotta have the pork.
Oh, that's the flavor.
I felt he used too many onions, but it was still a very good sauce.
All right, Carl, what movie?
Gadzooks, that's Goodfellas.
Yes, you got it. Hang on, Carl.
I love the scene with Paulie using the razor, Preston, to cut the garlic.
That is correct. So we're going to set him up with Scream on digital as well. So hang on the line. We'll get your information. We will take care of you, my friend. And don't forget, it's available at participating retailers. Rated R from Paramount Pictures. National Meatball Day today. Thank you for celebrating. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. The Bizarre File is up next.
You have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, I know you can do this. Don't worry about it. This guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah,
in like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, "No, I know Artie can do this." And was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
I said, listen, I can't go to the Yankee Padre World Series if I take this part. And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, so I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television. And it's my team, so...
You're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. That's what I think Will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. Yeah. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, ugh! And then I thought I really scared her, so I went, whoa, I'm sorry. And the director said, no, she's acting. And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it, and I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the thing.
When you could call Luca Brasi little buddy, that's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
And at some point we said, Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it. He's like, oh, good, because I don't know how to act. He goes, you know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller.
Wow. I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, do Burt Reynolds. And he would go, I need the mustache. I never saw a comic just say no to something. He's
a method everywhere.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys crashing.
I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared two of the three men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at three guys, and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was
What
hit.
about stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
Guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide the numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate to be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the
We
shooting.
go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
Well,
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know. I was singing that.
I was singing that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
Fifth one.
God.
Slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, C-Hero.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No,
but-
tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and it actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick. I just saw Steamboat Willie.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater. And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Do it again.
You said Randy
Is this, Survivor? Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. Survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow. Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, well, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but...
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Newman.
That was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
U, as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island. On March 18th, Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands for Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know,
That's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You know, you can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what does
not
the
feel like lipstick.
bottle say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
Metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And, that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold. Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week. Okay. Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums.
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263 WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah, he said it. Milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Atlantic City.
Boat show. Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
How to do that again?
And we'll only get one more. We only get one more day of that, folks. And you know, we had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's okay. I feel like
okay?
you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
Ooh. What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
Kathy came with all the professional equipment.
We go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, the Beat File this morning is brought to you by the biggest names in horror, Monster Mania Con 49 this weekend at the Cherry Hill Hotel. with Ernie Hudson, Michael C. Hall, and more. MonsterMania.net.
Watching the Billy Squire video.
Yeah, we're watching the Rock Me Tonight video. It's just bad. All right, let's get into some stories. How about this? I love this. A partially completed building that sat abandoned in Jacksonville, Florida for 15 years has finally been imploded. Like they just gave up on it. It sat there.
Structures like that all around.
But they never even finished
Never used it, yeah.
The Berkman Plaza 2 building was not completed before construction was halted in 2007 and became known as Jacksonville's eyesore. Officials say that the process of having the building demolished was plagued with delays, but it was finally brought down with implosion on Sunday. Developers reportedly planning to replace the unfinished structure with a new skyscraper.
They had that, it was a building in Delaware, the Capano building, right? Thomas Capano building. I mean, it was completed, but just after everything that went down with him.
With a name like that?
Yeah.
They got to get rid of the Capano building?
So I don't know if it even exists anymore.
Look at the pylons that were, the tram that was going to go across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Delaware River.
Just sits there.
They're still there.
Yeah.
A teacher is facing misdemeanor battery charges over alleged allegations that she bit 2 students over a jar of pickles.
You like pickles?
I love pickles.
Is that
I
a
might
biteable thing?
even bite someone if they are trying to take my last pickle.
Yeah.
But over a jar of pickles, I don't know. The teacher, Rhonda Rice, told school administrators that she was, quote, playing around with students. The mother of one of the kids, Kathy Torrell, said, I think she needs to learn what she did, and what she did was wrong. Her 15-year, or I'm sorry, she's the aunt.
Okay.
Torrell's 15-year-old nephew is a student at Bartow Middle School. And she said in October, he and another student were working at the school store when Rice tried to take a jar of pickles. Her nephew and another student tried to take the jar back, and she said she just bit him on the forearm.
A school store has pickles?
And of course, yeah, right. And of course, they released and released. I wasn't sure if it was realized. They released, and she was able to get the pickles, but there were other ways to do that. Toro went to Bartow Police to press charges in November. According to an affidavit, Rice admitted to just licking the students. Police in the state's
both are creepy.
Office have filed 2 misdemeanor battery charges against Rice. She's set to be arraigned at the end of this month, and in the meantime, she is no longer working at the middle school.
I want to check out this school store that has a deli counter.
Sheriff's deputies in Louisiana shared video of the moment a deputy was pounced on by a squirrel during a traffic stop. The sheriff's office said in a Facebook post the deputies were conducting a traffic stop involving an arrest when things got squirrely. Upon a vehicle search, a pet feral squirrel, which was inside, pounced on the deputies. The video shows the deputy flailing as the squirrel quickly climbs around his body. The post said the squirrel was safely returned to its cage, and the sheriff's office said the deputy and squirrel were both unharmed by the encounter. The Florida Highway Patrol on Monday afternoon credited the actions of Trooper Tony Shuck for acting as the last line of defense and putting herself in harm's way to protect others during a collision near the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Shuck aimed her patrol vehicle into the path of an oncoming car that had veered around barricades and headed on the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, packed with runners on Sunday.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Shuck was seriously injured in the ensuing collision and hospitalized on Sunday. The agency acknowledges and expressed our appreciation, they said, to the many that have expressed their gratitude for the trooper's selfless actions. Kristen K. Watts was arrested on charges of driving under the influence with serious injury, reckless driving, property damage. She was taken to the county jail. Watts was also injured from the collision. There were nearly 7,000 people and scores of support staff on the bridge for the Armed Forces Skyway 10K race that morning.
Could have been a disaster.
Yep, and a BMW driven by Watts was moving at an excessive rate of speed and failed to stop her detours, directed instead driving through traffic cones and around other barricades of law enforcement officers present. The state officers tried to stop the vehicle. Fish and wildlife officers were guarding the toll plaza, and she made it past them. And then the BMW encountered 2 troopers who were responding southbound in the northbound lanes to intercept the vehicle and protect the thousands afoot the bridge. And she hit head on with the other car.
We just saw the collision. Yeah.
Terrifying. So she's a hero, man. That's awesome.
Watch. So see the footage coming head on.
Yeah, that car was hauling ass. So yeah, she stopped some pretty serious damage from happening. That's cool. In Florida, a Lakeland woman said that she had the feeling that someone was watching her, and she turned out to be right. Amy McDaniel says 3 times in the last week, a drone has flown over from the parking lot next door and hovered over her apartment. At one point, she says it came with about 10 feet of her, and she said it makes me nervous for myself. It makes me nervous for my kids. McDaniel has 6 children, the youngest of which is a 5-year-old girl, and it makes her wonder, what do you want from us?
I have 3 testicles.
Oh, it's got a little, it's got a little megaphone on it. She lives in a complex with dozens of apartments, and while you might think that it is illegal flying a drone around someone's private property, it's not necessarily the case. According to the police in that area, the airspace over their property is owned by the FAA, and as long as you fly under 400 feet, the FAA does not prohibit you from flying over unregulated airspace.
It kind of creeped me out a little bit. Drones do, and especially when they're hovering that close.
Yes.
Well, if you don't know who's doing it.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
If you see somebody operating it or whatever,
Right.
it's kind of a different story, but it's like it's a mystery. All right, where are they?
Right.
Why are they here?
And what
You
are
know
they
I mean?
looking at?
Yeah. If it happens over and over again, though, and you feel like your privacy is being invaded, the pilot could be charged criminally. But the tough thing is, you have to know who the pilot is.
Right. And that's the issue.
If you can't, then there's nothing you can do about it. All right, one last story, or are we done?
No, you can do it.
I have a short one.
Yeah.
A man scared people in Seattle on Friday when he fired a gun in the air after asking if they wanted to die.
Oh, my God.
Around 12.
No.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Around 12:50 a.m., officers responded to a report of multiple shots being fired. The victims told police a man approached them on the sidewalk and asked them if they wanted to die. When they said no, he pulled a revolver from his coat and fired multiple times into the air. And then he walked away. Officers did an extensive check in the area, but the man was not found, so they have no idea.
You want to know where there's good meatballs in town?
Yeah, right? And that is the bizarre file. All right. Secret text word. Kathy, we need a caller, please.
10.
All right. It's the 10th caller.
Sounds desperate.
Try it. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. We'll take a break. Be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3
Has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone,
like
Kathy.
that?
You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no, so it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does, so that's
This
what
is
I'm
like
gonna
a
do.
bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage, too, while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
Shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be...
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a
She's
I got a brush.
she's using a spoon.
Yeah, we got to put it on first.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Now, Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
All right.
In the video, he does
Chuck
like,
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
does patches. So I'm going to do patches,
Save that to the hard drive.
and then I'm going to rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh, my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
It's
God, what a soothing
the size
voice.
of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his
That's what they
beard?
did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What are you doing?
Jeez.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
You're dying
Oh,
of that.
my God. She poured like an
going
9
down-
ounces.
it's
It's
going
going
down my
down his
Mix
neck.
it up and rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This.
Because he had a giant
mix it up.
glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks
Ew,
disgusting.
the condensed milk is making the Nutella like
Yummy.
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know. Kathy?
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like? Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it!
I know. It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't. It's not you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
If there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, Case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no.
I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish,
faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah. How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family. No. Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
It's got to be
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of B. He's having a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't?
Oh, no. Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody...
And it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know, too.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before... I thought somebody took your bowl, but today I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area, and for some reason... that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service,
A day of service. Yeah. Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh, get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now, Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. But there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So here...
That ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa! I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's...
Throwing away what is...
Because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck at Punchline this Friday night. Question this morning is, at the Just Saying Institute, what does the new poutine ride feature? 215-263-WMMR. All right, let's see if you were listening. At the Just Saying Institute, what is the new poutine ride feature? 215-263-WMMR. Call us now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And this morning it is brought to you by Jersey Mike's, and their Day of Giving is your time to shine for the participants of the Special Olympics USA Games. Grab a sub on Wednesday, March 30th, and all sales will be donated to the games. Jersey Mike's, be a sub above. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, a thief who broke into the backyard of Fred Durst's L.A. home reportedly made off with thousands of dollars worth of stuff. Apparently, the thief had no luck fencing Fred Durst items until he started claiming they belonged to Scott Stapp.
Hey!
Queen Elizabeth hosted her first post-COVID in-person engagement with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on Monday. The Queen reportedly grew tired of Trudeau quickly as he repeatedly asked to see where Hagrid lives.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Sharna Burgess, the girlfriend of Brian Austin Green, revealing that her pregnancy was unplanned. Regardless, Burgess says Green is ecstatic for the opportunity to pay more child support. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this question at the Just Saying Institute. We have something new, and it is called a poutine ride. And what does it feature? 215-263-WMMR. That is the number. And let's try out Ryan and see if we can get an answer. Ryan, good morning, sir. All right, Ryan, what does the new poutine ride feature at the Just Saying Institute?
Gravy slide.
Gravy slide. All right, Steve says we'll go with you.
Okay.
Yep. All right, Ryan, hang on the line. We'll get your information. It was a gravy flume.
Yeah.
But we'll be a little generous today. And we are going to give you a pair of tickets to see Joe DeRosa this Friday night at Punchline Philly. Tickets are on sale now for 5 shows with Joe DeRosa, Thursday through Saturday at punchlinephilly.com for tickets and information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
No way. No way.
All right, brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. You're looking to get engaged? Don't miss their Viraggio Trunk Show, March 10th through the 12th. And Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. Gavin Rossdale says that Bush's new album should be done by May, and that he has written 18 songs for the project.
Really?
He said that he has been doing most of the work in the studio in his house, especially during the pandemic. Rossdale said that the band plans to get into the studio with a producer, and at the time they'll rearrange, hopefully not too much, he said, the stuff that I've done. I said we chose the songs that we're going to do. We either might use what I started, the tracks, or we might just try nixing them and doing it fresh, and each song will dictate that.
You know, there's a lot of artists that you've been reporting on during the pandemic have either claimed to be putting out a lot of music or are putting out like 50, 60 tracks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing to do.
Bush have been in the studio for the last few days and are gearing up to head to Australia on a tour with Cheap Trick and Stone Temple Pilots. As one of the founding members of the grunge scene of the 1990s with his band Soundgarden, guitarist Kim Thale told Life Minute that Mudhoney is the band that best embodied grunge.
Mudhoney?
Thale said grunge was this generic label that referred to bands from Seattle in general, but also included bands like Smashing Pumpkins and Stone Temple Pilots. They get thrown in with grunge a lot.
Oh.
And they were in L.A. and Pumpkins were in Chicago. There's certainly a cultural aesthetic that we shared with all those bands. But I think musically, the idea of a big power chord that's all fuzzy and distorted. And I think Nirvana might embody the musical identity of grunge, maybe. The band that best embodied grunge, though, I think is Mudhoney. Mudhoney's sound and their style and attitude, that's like the archetypal grunge band. I can honestly say I don't think I've ever listened to Mudhoney.
They have a song on the single soundtrack. It's called Overblown, and that whole soundtrack, beginning to end, is awesome. The only song that I know by Mudhoney is Overblown on the single soundtrack. Like
Okay.
It's one of those bands, it's kind of like Screaming Trees. Like they had success in and around Seattle at that time.
At the exact right time.
At the exact right time, and Cameron Crowe helped. Beyond that, there was not a lot of branching out besides.
Who's in Mudhoney?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought there were, didn't Mudhoney have ties to other
Pearl Jam
bands? Yeah, like Pearl Jam and...
I think just that they were all in Seattle together. Mark Arms, Steve Turner, Gary Madison, Dan Peters, Matt Lukin. There's a Pearl Jam song named Lukin, so the original bassist was named Matt Lukin in Pearl Jam.
Is that Lukin for love in all the wrong places?
No, Lukin is a really fast, heavy song by Pearl Jam. Lasts about a minute.
They're one of those bands, like I've mentioned this band before that I don't know anything about, but they're revered in some circles. Big Star was this band that was influential to a lot of musicians, and I don't know anything by them.
I sent you the trailer for this documentary about this Japanese band. And were you familiar with that band?
Nope.
Never heard of them.
Not at all.
Legendary.
Yeah. As one of the founders of the grunge scene, then I already did that story. What the hell am I doing here?
Do the Mudhoney story.
Limp Bizkit's Fred Durst, reportedly, as Steve mentioned a little while ago, had $3,000 worth of stuff stolen from his backyard. According to TMZ, a 30-year-old man unlawfully entered Durst's Los Angeles home through a gate and stole with such as a Tesla vehicle charger. Come on here, folks.
Well, that's rock musician talk.
Stole things such as a Tesla vehicle charger, a violin.
For a moment, you sounded like that, what was that, Miss South Carolina?
Oh, yeah. Maps.
Maps and
USA
such.
people need maps.
Yep. Durst was not home at the time of the incident. Cops were able to apprehend the bandit due to Durst's security camera footage. He was booked on charges of felony grand theft. And then one last story. Alanis Morissette announced on Tuesday that she will hit the road with Garbage this summer to celebrate 25 years of Jagged Little Pill.
Wow.
The newer tour will kick off in Ottawa in July. The closest I could see that she arrives near us would be July 21st in Holmdel, New Jersey at the PNC Bank Arts Center.
Well, I think she was not happy with that
documentary
yes. about her.
Yep, not at all. In fact, she denounced it strongly. And I did not see it, so I need to, I wouldn't mind taking a peek at it. Yeah, did you like it?
I'm slightly confused. The one that she was in, right?
Yeah, it's about her.
Yeah, she doesn't like the way it came out.
After it was done, she's like, this is not what I thought it was going to be.
Are you talking about Alanis Morissette, Bill? Bill is holding up a card in the corner. Okay, something different.
Okay.
I saw
He's
it.
going to
I
ask
thought
you
it
to
was
the
great.
dance.
I'm surprised that she did not like it because I thought it was really good.
Okay.
But I think that she brought this tour to Philly last summer.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
I have no idea what's happening.
This just in, off of the desk of Bill Weston, our meeting today has been canceled.
Don't sound too excited.
Bill, I love you.
To my employees on the morning show, feel free to enjoy your morning.
Okay, that's what that note was about?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
That's very cool. It's very nice. Not an Alanis Morissette connection, though.
Marissa?
I want to do a show behind the show where people just walk into the production studio here and just start talking to us. Like as if we're not paying attention to the show that is like 5 feet in front of us.
Hates that.
No, it's just distracting because, like,
I
I
know.
mean, I want to pay attention to you guys. I
No.
wanna make you
It's
guys
a
the best show
warranted
possible.
hatred. I'm backing you up.
Hatred is good.
Yeah, in this case, it is.
Yeah.
Stay out of her office.
Oh, and Bill's making fun of me. Like I can't hear him 5 feet away.
Okay.
Shut those doors.
They're not soundproof.
But so what?
But they'll do
it'll
something.
keep people out if the door is
Yeah.
shut.
What I've learned after 16 years is when you shut the door, people think they can talk louder. So it echoes in here even louder.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll work on it.
Can we get a sink in here?
They said no.
Trough, maybe?
Well, we're asking.
All right, tickets go on sale for the show, by the way, or her shows, March 11th, and she will also release her new song called Olive Branch Touchdown.
Touchdown! Alanis Morissette, touchdown.
Casey held his arms up in a touchdown fashion. Yes?
I may be overstepping my boundaries.
This is breaking news.
This is
Okay.
breaking news, but with the recent events that we just found out about the meeting being canceled, I'm calling it pre-Friday.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Wow, all right. I like it. I apologize if I overstep my boundaries, but I'm calling
No,
it.
I understand that. I understand that because, yes, I think in some cases, extraordinary, and this is extraordinary. Yes, perhaps.
Okay.
This is extraordinary.
Extraordinary. All right, and then we'll end music news with a caller because Kurt has something to say. Hey, Kurt, you're on the air. Good morning, It.
Good morning, folks.
What's up, buddy?
Gadzooks, how we doing?
Wonderful. What do you want to tell us, Kurt?
So you guys were talking about Mudhoney.
Yeah.
And who came from where, what, why, and how. So the whole thing started off with Green River, a band called Green River, which featured 2 guys from Pearl Jam and a bunch of guys from Mudhoney.
Yeah, Jeff Ament and Stone Gossard were both in Green River, and so all of those guys, it was pretty incestuous. And the other thing, the other connection, Steve, which some listeners reminded me, Mudhoney had the song "Touch Me, I'm Sick."
Oh,
which in the movie Singles
Touch Me, I'm
became the hit by Citizen Dick, "Touch Me, I'm Dick."
That's right.
So all of those things are interconnected.
Excellent.
Absolutely. So out of Green River, though, came Mudhoney and Mother Love Bone.
And Mother Love Bone. That's
the one I was thinking of. Mother Love Bone.
And Mother Love Bone essentially became Pearl Jam when Andy Wood died, and then Eddie
When
Vedder.
Andrew Wood died, yep.
Yeah.
And that,
All right.
and of course, Temple the Dog came out of all that before
Yeah.
Pearl Jam,
Right.
which introduced Eddie Vedder to the world, the whole 9 yards. So you're right. It's an incestuous thing, but it was an awesome path to follow.
Yeah.
As a result, I traced my way all the way back through the Green River stuff just because it was a fun journey.
That's cool.
Right,
I like that, Kurt. Thank
Nice.
you, man. I love that. Like, yeah, there was that, the Guess Who and Bachman Turner Overdrive and these bands and Mountain that all kind of, formed. And Clapton was in a bunch of different bands, like
Yardbirds.
The Yardbirds and Cream and all these. The Derek and the Dominoes. They had these members floating in and out. I always thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Nice. All right. Well, thank you, Kurt. We appreciate the call. And that is it. Our music news is over. And if you haven't heard, we're not having a meeting today. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll get the letter of the day for the word of the week before we hand it over to Pierre. Hang in there.
The things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock-pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa. Now, wait, you actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On
you
Monday
actually saw the
when
sign.
no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do
All
that.
right.
So that means
do that!
But here's the thing,
Please,
that means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
It changes everything.
It changes everything. All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver, yes, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
That's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the...
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher, okay.
She's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing...
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand.
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently they're saying is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty and
the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way.
Ah.
Wow, well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy? Bitch.
Give us the traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these because it's similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
What are the plans for those? Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there as well.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores, though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But we've got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. Places where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park. Bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Kind of a pond or like a large koi pond or something for the ducks, bitch. All green, though, bitch.
All green.
Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know, bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch.
And his bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's
his
Tom Skippington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texted, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. He's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why
I sang
sometimes
along.
we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever
kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine, poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier to eat with a meal as opposed to, a Jack and Coke or something like that.
Or a wine and Coke.
But I'm not a...
Which is disgusting.
Chalice.
Have you ever tried it?
There's a slick back thing, and it was a small Catholic school in a small town just outside of San Francisco. Petaluma is the name of the town. And the nuns were always on me about cutting my hair. So I would douse my hair with that stuff so I could slick it back and make it look shorter.
Right.
And squeak by, another few weeks before actually, now I have to bring my pictures from my senior year when I was the president of the Letter Society.
Oh, wow.
You remember if you played sports, you'd get a letter?
Yeah.
Of course, I never played any sports, but I was the water boy once for one of the teams, and no one else was running. So they elected me the president of the Letter Club.
Oh, that's hilarious.
God.
So we would take football. We would run the concession stand at the home football games, and then I had a little slush fund, and we put some of it on the side, and we'd go buy things and have parties with it.
That's great.
I was totally corrupt. It was beautiful.
Was that the same school Winona Ryder went to?
I don't know. She was from Petaluma.
Yeah.
There's only 3 high schools, and 1 Catholic and 2 public, so one of the 3.
And they shot... which movie there?
The first Ron Howard.
First, George Lucas, American Graffiti.
American Graffiti.
We shot in Petaluma, yeah.
It's awesome.
At your high school? Any scenes?
They shot it
just
in
and
this
around?
little town. A lot of movies have been shot there since then. But there it is. So a little piece of history.
Wow.
Another little piece of history is I mentioned to Kathy as she passed me in the hallway that her blouse, sweater reminds me of June Lockhart from Lost in Space.
Yes. They had the big sort of triangles as well.
Yeah, they had a lot of big triangles.
Yes.
But you said people had been posting things of what they thought you looked like. So
the sweater has been a subject of discussion.
So a couple of postings, and there you have it.
Nice.
Although 3rd season of Lost in Space has just been released. I think it's on Netflix, right?
Yep.
And I am crazy about it. But I'm just watching it really slowly because there's only 8 episodes.
It is a great show. Will Robinson, by the way, has grown. He plays young Jack Reacher in the Reacher series on Amazon Prime. It's like, holy hell, this guy's big now.
Yeah, I mean, the kid is going through puberty.
Yeah.
He is shot up from the original. Oh, look, there's a picture of June Lockhart. You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So that took me back to the original. They actually, for the current Lost in Space, got Penny Cartwright or Angela Cartwright on the left, and June Lockhart and Bill Mumy to play different characters in cameos.
I think Bill Mumy's actually playing Dr. Smith.
Yes, before the woman takes over.
Yes.
Right. If you have to watch this to make any sense of it. Parker Posey. Oh, she's brilliant as an evil Dr. Smith. Anyway, Kathy, you've watched it, haven't you?
Oh my
She lives for it.
goodness,
She's always talking about the robot.
Well, when she's not
live
listening to Knotfest music, she's doing that.
a wide range of things that I love.
She and the kids are going on. She's doing like a thing on the the Knotfest tour.
Oh, that's cool.
It's after my bird watching tour.
I think I found what I was trying to figure out what your outfit looked like today, Kathy. And this is an old picture of David Bowie on Saturday Night Live. And that's what I think.
That's pretty similar, yeah.
Reminding me of.
All right.
With the triangle, the V.
I'll take that.
Down the front. So that's
Very
what
good.
it remind me of. All right, we need to do the letter, dude.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
M as in Mama.
All right, and you now have most of the letters, 2 more to go, and we'll give away our Word of the Week prize, 4-pack of pit tickets for MMRBQ, plus 4 concert T-shirts. MMRBQ 2022, Saturday, May 21st, Waterfront Music Pavilion, and tickets start at $25 for the lawn. The concert T-shirt presale is happening now in the MMR Rock Shop, starting for just $20, and it's available in both men's and ladies' cuts. Complete details at WMMR.com. So what's up on the show today, ma'am?
Well, we've got Orange Loop Rock Fest. It goes on sale Friday, I think, or else it went on sale last Friday. I think it went on sale. Well, it's coming in June.
Keep going.
Just trust me, I've got all the details, and I'll have the tickets, most importantly. Now, we were going to get to Soundgarden and Foreigner yesterday because they had anniversaries of album releases. However, like you guys did, we did what turned into a 3-hour block of female artists for International Women's Day. I had so much fun with it. I loved what you guys did by playing female artists all day yesterday. Cool. And so we did a huge block. So we're doing Soundgarden, Foreigner, Ozzy, and in the blocks. And then Sarah and I went to see Bono Jr. last night. Bono's son is in a band called Inhaler, and they played the TLA, and it was packed.
How was it?
It was good.
Really? Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that to be fluffy. I mean, it really was. It was good.
Is there a similarity in the sound?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And the drummer looks like he's in 5th grade. I mean, they're so young. But
oh gosh, yeah.
There's a, and he looks like a young Bono too. I don't know his name, but he goes by Bono's real name, which is Hewson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the kid's name is, but I wanted to see it and wanted to hear the sound, and it was good.
Nice.
So I think Sarah's going to find me their debut radio single. So we're going to try to play that over the course of the day.
We're looking at a video clip from the show last night. It was packed. It was hopping, man.
Jam-packed.
Wow.
I mean, and there were a really young crowd.
Nice.
And all the young people that were there were jumping up and singing the words to every song.
So
I'd
he's
never
got
even
he's
heard
got
of him
cred. No, neither have I.
till a week ago. So yeah,
That's
Nice.
cool.
yeah.
All right, so maybe we'll have that too.
We might
Excellent.
just.
All right, I want to thank our sponsors of the Preston and Steve Show. It's been brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also, Acme Markets. You can get their free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. And also brought to you by Monster Mania 49. It's this weekend at the Cherry Hill Hotel. Tomorrow should be pretty cool because we will have actress Ali Sheedy.
Love it.
On the show. Looking forward to speaking to her. And also we're going to have a couple of Impact wrestlers in the studio or checking in with us. Rhino and Deanna Parazzo.
Yeah. Oh, I'm down with that.
Are going to be joining us. So we'll do that stuff and more for your pre-Friday tomorrow.
Yes, pre-Friday.
So that's it. We're done. Ray John, have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.